Rest in Peace and Remorseful Cleric are my graveyard hate, which are really nice. Um, I also don't mind Relic Water, just as a target in case they have Silent Gravestone. System TV, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from, what you play, what deck you play, what format you play. That'd be great. What don't I like? I don't like Thalias, even though they are a way for myself to get rid of bridges if I have them in multiples. I don't think it's really worth it. The swords are okay. I can probably go down on 2. And then this is looking pretty good. Swords do deal with Icarid pretty well, but I think my graveyard hate's pretty spot on, so I'm pretty happy with it. Other than that, this is a pretty good play. I could probably bring in the Containment Priest. I think it's probably wrong not to. So we might even just drop all Thalias and just submit this. Prelate's okay. I'm just not sure if it's better than one of these cards in the main deck. Hey, Dom, very cool. Yeah, let's just go ahead with this. I think post board we definitely have a better line of play to win the game. This hand is not not what I want. No real interaction. It's a very fair hand. I can maybe name LED with Revoker, but that's about it. So we're gonna mulligan this hand just because we've brought in so much hate. There's probably a good plan that we're gonna actually hit some of that if we mulligan. We hit Surgical and Containment Priest, so that's pretty sweet. So we'll definitely keep this hand. I don't really care about the second land, so we're gonna drop this and maybe hit something else. That would be pretty awesome. So we'll play Plains and we'll just pass. Could have led on the Caracas, but there's no real reason to play either. I don't think playing either would give my opponent the ability to think that I'm on something else. Interesting. So we have a Golgari Thug as the only Dredger. So I'm pretty keen in response to see if I can hit this Golgari Thug. So they can't actually start dredging. So we'll take the Golgari Thug for sure. We'll see what they brought in, and if they brought in anything that they might know that I am on. And it looks like they've kind of just kept the same deck. So more than happy to hit these Thugs. It also means that next turn I can respond to this Icarid with a Containment Priest, which is pretty sweet. So I'm not too sure if I should play the Containment Priest here or wait for them to see if they can, if they actually put Icarid on the stack. So with no cards in hand, I might just play out the Containment Priest now to play around any sort of, I guess, weird cards. But I definitely could have sort of caught them with the Icarid play, but happy for them just to most likely dredge away some stuff. And we're just going to win that game, so that's pretty good. So you can definitely see how Dredge kind of just folds to some pretty easy graveyard hate. But now that they know what we're on, I'm sure they'll definitely sideboard correctly. So this is going to be interesting. I keep thinking about the Sanctum Prelate and if it's any good, if there is like a set number that I can name. I mean, one's pretty good. It turns off Careful Study, no, sorry, Breakthrough for 0 and also Faithless Looting. Shuts off Cabal Therapy. There's definitely a few cards, but perhaps I'll just run back with the same... Yeah, with the same deck. I'm pretty happy with this. A solid hand, but not what we're really after, which is a little bit sad. So another mulligan here, most likely, down to hopefully hitting Graveyard Hay. We hit the Rest in Peace, which might be a bit slow on the draw, but this hand's pretty good. A Recruiter can go and get a Ballista if we really need it. If this bridge doesn't, if this Rest in Peace doesn't stay around to get a Walking Ballista to actually hit bridges. So happy to keep. Mum's okay, but I think I might bottom to see if I can draw into something like Surgical. Always tough. Also had breakfast, so don't mind me. LED is fine. Interesting. So I wonder if I go... I think I should just go for the Colosseum here. As it is a way for them to draw and, of course, dredge. That does give me one less turn to set up Rest in Peace. And the hand is looking pretty slow, so maybe it's actually... It's okay if I do it. So I might just play the Wasteland and see how this unfolds. And hopefully hit this Colosseum before they get the ability for Threshold. It's always tough against Dredge. They can have some really explosive turns. Looks like they're trying to figure something out in their hand right now, so either knowing what to play around. There is... Oh, okay. Interesting. So that was a great way for me not to play around Colosseum, which is pretty rough. And now their graveyard's looking pretty good. There's one Narcomoeba. They also have a few bridges. One bridge, two bridge. Second Narcomoeba is pretty good. And Cabal Therapy. So yeah, not wastelanding. Definitely is not correct. So not playing optimally there for sure. Just a shame about game one now. They named Rest in Peace in the Blinds. That's pretty good. So that is most likely going to be good games. Crimson Mist, good morning. Looks like we're going down to Dredge in game one. Pretty unfortunate. Game one was a no-lander down to 5. Game 2 was okay. We had the turn 1 Surgical, turn 2 Containment Priest. And then game 3, I definitely misplayed. I played a Wasteland as my opening land, and I was playing against a Colosseum LED Lotus Petal. And of course, I should have known that I can't actually respond to mana abilities with Wasteland through Lion's Eye and Lotus. I was going to wait for them to get closer to Threshold and then hit the Colosseum, but it didn't work out, and now we are getting very punished. So we'll just concede this. So, not the start we were after, but probably the start that we deserved. So, Dredge is always a funny matchup. I think it's definitely a great matchup for D&T. There's a lot of great white cards that can really help you in the matchup, but yeah, you just gotta make sure you take your lines correctly, think through what you're trying to achieve, and yeah, I did not do that. It is 10:17 in the morning, and I am a little bit tired, but that's definitely not any sort of this hand's fine. Turn 1 swords if we need it. Turn 2 recruit is pretty nice if we know what we're up against. On the play as well is just always nice. Grixis Phoenix. Interesting. Okay, so the swords are going to be really good against the Phoenix. The Mirren Crusader not so much in the red matchups because of, say, Bolt and any other sort of red removal that they play. D&T's been playing Ancient Tomb for a while. I know I played it, and I know Thomas Edivolson played it at GP Vegas in 2015. It's definitely been more favored recently with the printing of things like Walking Ballista and Palace Jailer. I think here I'm actually just happy to slam this Recruiter of the Guard. And we could get Flicker Wisp, but it really depends. I'm not sure if they would play Lotus Petal in this kind of deck, and if they're not on something like Sneak and Show or Show and Tell. So Palace Jailer kind of seems sweet, especially because we have swords for flyers. I like the Jailer. I like playing a little bit differently than I would in paper online, so yeah, Ancient Tomb's pretty sweet. So Ancient Tomb allows you on the draw to play a turn 1 Vial and play around Daze. It then allows you to play off the rest of your hand on curve around Daze. Oh, so this looks like it's just going to be Storm. Oh wow, maybe not. Oh wow, okay. Was not expecting this, but that is fine. We have more than enough answers to this mentor, hopefully. They kind of have to take the Jailer. Unless they have a counterspell for the Jailer. Interesting. So that makes me think that they probably have an answer to this Jailer and could take back the Monarch pretty quickly. So definitely keen to stay away from that. So it looks like they're going for Force or Bust. Getting a Monk token in the... Okay, so getting rid of the Mentor is definitely huge. No great attacks here. I have no idea what this deck is, but it looks pretty sweet. So it looks like an all-in 4-color Mentor deck. But you never really know. So without the Monastery Mentor, Palace Jailer definitely seems a lot better. I'm definitely not going to block here because later on this Recruiter could be a target for a Flicker Wisp. Even the Palace Jailer could be, but No Thoughtseize is really nice. Sarah Revenge is not too bad. With the amount of white we have in hand, we can't cast 2 spells this turn. So I'm more than happy to play this Jailer, hope it sticks. Hit a Mentor, and now we have 2 blockers for the Mentor. So they're going to have a pretty hard time getting back the Monarch. Or at least getting the Monarch from us. So actually in a pretty good position. Could have attacked with a Recruiter there, but I'm pretty happy to keep 2 blockers back just in case they have something like Bolt. But having this Flicker Wisp now is pretty insane as well. And next turn we will have access to 4 white, which is nice. So we'll be able to play 2 spells a turn. So yeah, this deck is definitely all in on 1-mana spells. Ritual's interesting. Lotus Petal. Something like Marsh Casualties kicked would be pretty insane. Arclight Phoenix. Wow, okay. So what I want to do is they have 1 card in hand, so we'll block here, saving some damage. They'll get the Monarch back. Sorry, they'll get the Monarch. Oh, which means they actually get of course the token was actually taken out. All good. So what I want to do here is they have 2 cards in hand. If they have Force on the Flicker Wisp, that's pretty insane. So I'm pretty happy here to play the Thalia first. So if they counter this, of course, nothing can happen. But now we actually get access to attacking first with the Palace Jailer. And now playing Flicker Wisp. We'll flicker the Palace Jailer, and we'll just exile the Arclight Phoenix. So, pretty nice turn. Pretty explosive from them. But it's nice to have the Monarch back. Palace Jailer doing some pretty good work. Thalia definitely taxing them with Ponder, which is nice. But yeah, this looks like an all-in Phoenix Mentor deck that's just going for a lot of really small spells. I think here I'm just happy to block with the Flicker Wisp and see if they have another non-creature spell to keep the Monk. But if not, we wipe their board, which is really nice. Stoneforge is pretty sweet as well. I have access to 7 mana, which means I could Stoneforge for Jitte and equip Jitte. It doesn't play around Bolt if they have Bolt on Lotus Petals, so I'm happy just to attack him with both. And then play the Stoneforge. Most likely getting Sword of Fire and Ice. I'm not too scared of red, other than Bolt. I think Sword just finishes the game next turn anyway, so we'll play out Sarah Avenger just in case they have some sort of shenanigans with both Arclight Phoenix and Bolt. And then just pass turn. Drew Jit anyway. It plays Buried Alive, okay. So of course you search up for Phoenixes, you put them in your graveyard. Pretty good. Alright, so they're on 14. I could have definitely won this game if I played the Mirror Crusader and then put the sword on it, because that's 12 damage by itself. So the sword is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Hmm. I think I'll play it safe and play around Bolt a little bit. The 2 from Shock. Wishy Demo, very cool to see you. What do you mean, the 2 from the Shock? Probably playing a little bit too conservative here. But I would like to play around something like Bolt. That is true. So it actually would have gone down to 1. So it's still a 2-turn clock without the Moon Crusader on board. But let's see what we draw with this. Just a land. But I think we're in pretty good straits. They're gonna have a hard time casting more than 3. Unless they ponder into another 1-drop and also have something like Gut Shot with the Lotus Petal. But even then, they'd be coming in for 9. Would have a blocker and 4 life, so it would be more than fine. Demo was a sub. I don't want to. Okay, let's look at this. I don't think the Maroon's great. I really like the Sanctum Prelate. I think the Surgicals are okay. I also like the other path. I really like the Canonist. The Containment Priest is okay. The Hallowed Spirit Keeper seems pretty sweet if I'm not bringing in Rest in Peace. The other Palace Jailer seems good. But what do we take out? I'm not the biggest fan of Walking Ballista in this matchup. I'm not the biggest fan of Phyrexian Revoker. That can probably come out. Mother Room seems sweet. The Sword seems sweet. Maybe the extra path is a little bit overkill. Dom, thank you very much for subscribing. That is very cool. I very much appreciate it. Welcome to the club. 2 more cards. You know what, Dom? You can have a pick of a card you want me to take out of this main deck, if you want. I'm going to go down on a Thalia, even though they're pretty good. But I think that's pretty much it. Remorseful Cleric doesn't seem that bad. Maybe Remorseful Cleric's a little bit better than the second Surgical, just because it can block a Phoenix or also hit them, which is pretty nice. We're also at 61. I do have the emote. 1 more card. Maybe it's the second Jailer. Maybe the second Jailer's overkill. So we'll take that out. Although Jailer's just so good in this matchup, it seems. It's just hard because they can also get the Monarch at instant speed with Phoenix. So, you know what, we'll go back to this and we'll see how we go. This hand is okay. We're going to keep it. It's a turn 1 Vial, which is nice. It's got a turn 2 Recruiter. We've got Jitte in hand. Surgy's pretty good. I brought in 1 and then 1. Taking Aether Vials here is pretty good, but it does allow me to most likely just Wasteland them in their turn. I did like Remorseful Cleric over the second... Remorseful Cleric over the second Surgical. But we'll see. We'll see how this game goes and if it really does come down to maybe bringing in the second one. Phoenix is a sweet card. Phoenix is a very cool card that I think will definitely start seeing a lot more modern play as blue-white sort of stretches out to maybe 3-color Phoenix. I think I've seen a few decks play 2. Gonna get this Jitte out first before I crack down on this Thalia, just to make use of my turn and just so that maybe next turn I can play Thalia around days, if that's something that I should be thinking about. Yeah, Arc like Phoenix. Yeah, there were $4 at pre-release. That's insane. I guess a lot of people didn't really understand that casting 3 instants or sorceries in a turn isn't that hard, especially when you have something like Metamorphose and Gutshot. Ah, that's sweet. I'm very keen to play it, but I don't want to pay 22 bucks a pop for Metamorphose and then 35 for the Phoenix. Which is probably a little bit stingy, but it's just, yeah. I know a few guys in Brisbane that play it, and it seems really amazing, so that is very cool. Alright, so 2-mana Brainstorm is looking pretty good for us. Being able to get in with this Jitte is nice because it allows us to maybe deal with a Mentor if they don't have another land and go to play it. Ouch, no land. So what do I want to do here? I think I'm happy just to use the Tomb to equip Jitte to Thalia, hold up Caracas and get in this turn, get some Jitte counters. And then hopefully maybe even snag a Mentor with this Palace Jailer. The left card is Hallowed Spirit Keeper. So Hallowed Spirit Keeper is a 3/2 with Vigilance. And when it dies, it creates X 1/1s equal to the amount of creatures in my graveyard. So it's really good against grindy matchups. If their removal is exile based, it's not the greatest, but it gives me a lot of blockers, which is pretty cool. It's also pretty good against Grixis, because Grixis matchups go really long. And their main way to deal with the 3/2 Vigilance is by killing it, which is nice. Yeah. Angry Raisin said you can sack Phoenix to a Therapy as the 3rd spell and then use the Phoenix trigger to get it back because sack is the cost, or is the timeling bad there? Interesting case. I believe that works the way that you want it to work. Oh, okay. So they've just buried alive for 3 Phoenixes? Oh, and they all get back. Damn. Damn. I was hoping that they didn't have enough this turn to actually get them back. But obviously they did, because I wanted to Recruiter of the Guard for the Mage. So I'll be taking 9. So next turn I can Palace Jailer, which means I take 2 and go to 3 to get rid of 1. I can also get rid of 1 now. They only have 2 mana. So I don't think next turn they could also do the same thing by casting more than 3. So I think I'm happy just to kill a Phoenix here. Take the 6. Exile 1, get another 2 counters and hit the other one. I can definitely say with more blue coming into the into sort of the creature base or the creature pool of stuff you can play that actually taxes opponents, like Reflector Mage or Spell Queller. I think there's definitely like a blue-white hate deck out there with like Vendilion Click or a few other creatures, but it would be tough to say that the blue splash is better than just plain white. I think for humans, it definitely is. I know humans is an up-and-coming legacy deck, which is doing pretty well. There's been a few good 5-0s with it, so I have to kill this Phoenix here so they can't get the Monarchs. We'll use these counters to give it neg 2. They're tapped out as well, so I don't have to play around something like Stifle, which is nice. So here I really like going to combat and then recruitering for Remorseful Cleric. Yeah, Jack Jiggins from Melbourne did have the list with stifles. So, you know what? Good on him for innovating. So here, I think the play is just to recruiter, trigger, always yield. Yes, we will search. We'll go and get Remorseful Cleric. And we'll exile these bad boys in the bin. Bang! That feels pretty good. We now have lethal as well on board, which is nice, so they have to put down something. And if they put down a blocker, we can just Flicker Wisp it out. So we definitely have the win here, which is really nice. Unless they have some sort of sweeper, which they don't. It looked like a sweet deck, so pretty happy to play against that, but sadly just not good enough. I don't think D&T is a pretty rough matchup for them, especially with Swords, Thalia, Palace Jailer, Flicker Wisps. They really go all in on a few threats. So yeah, Cleric turned out to be a lot better there than the second Surgical, which is nice. But I can definitely see if there were a faster deck, maybe with Manamorphose, that maybe Surgical was just needed and warranted because the Remorseful Cleric's a bit slow as a 2-mana spell. This is a trap hand. I never keep these anymore. So if this was a Plains, I would be very happy with it because we have 3 plays, even if the Aether Vial gets countered. I just don't like playing a hand that you can't cast a lot of your stuff and you're relying on a Aether Vial. So we'll mulligan this. This hand's great. If we're playing against a greedy matchup, we can definitely take them to the tax town, for lack of a better term. The Caracas isn't what we really want right now. It's nice with the Flicker Wisp as a second white source, but I'd rather draw into something like Stoneforge Mystic or Thalia. So we'll put the Caracas to the bottom. We have a turn 1 in Mum, a turn 2 in Port, a turn 3 in Port and Wasteland, which is nice. And with Ancient Tomb at the start, this could be a Chalice for 1, which is pretty good because we do have a good hand against Eldrazi. Flicker Wisp can now also take the position of flickering this Chalice of the Void. So it's not going to be around for too long, hopefully. We just want to make sure that they don't have an early Thought-Knot Seer. Temple's a little bit scary because it could mean that they do have one. Having the swords is nice, but of course with the Eldrazi Temple out, it doesn't mean much. So if they do have a Thought-Knot, it'll be interesting to see if they take the Batterskull or take the Flicker Wisp. The Batterskull is definitely my way to win this matchup, but the Flicker Wisp is a way to get rid of this Chalice, and it looks like it's just going to be a Thought-Knot. It looks like it's going to be a Smasher. So the game is definitely on. Only 2 cards in hand as well, so hopefully not a Thought-Knot in there. I'd love to draw another Plains as well, or White Source, and there it is, which is really nice. So let's play this, and then we'll go for Stoneforge Mystic. Searching up probably Jitte for now. It is a pretty big sign that we already have Batterskull in hand, but I'm pretty happy just to have that. We will be going to 10 this turn, which is always rough. I really hope they don't have a Thought-Knot. Or like a Dismember would be pretty rough. Could play Warping Whale main deck. They do have 4 mana here. Hopefully it's an endless one for 4. And not a Thought-Knot. Another city. Oh, okay, so they're floating. Interesting. Ah, this could also be a Walking Blister for 2. But they're putting 5 mana into it. Endless one for 5, okay. So Endless one for 5 is okay. Another Flicker Wisp is great because it deals with the Endless one. So this turn, to make the most of my mana, I can Flicker Wisp out the Chalice, so next turn I can also Swords with Batterskull. But if they draw another Smasher, they have 1 card in hand. So if they draw double land, like a Soul Land and Smasher, then it's just game. So I'm more than happy just to put the Batterskull in. Yeah. I think the play is to block the Stoneforge on the Endless one, take 5, and then swing back with Batterskull, because right now the Batterskull doesn't do much. It doesn't even trade. So let's go to blocks. We'll block here. And now we'll put in the Batterskull. The Flicker Wisps are also great answers to the Endless one, which is nice. Matter Reshaper, okay. Ooh, Wasteland's pretty good as well. So now we really need a land. Yikes. Okay. So we have to gain life, that's for sure. The most likely block with the Matter Reshaper here. He gets him a free card. Reality Smasher, okay. So I think now we just play out the Thalia in our second main and hope for a land off top. I could also play the Jitte, but because we're going to be blocking next turn and dying, we won't have a creature to put it on, so it's best just to play the Jit. So just don't have Soul Land. Because they have the Reality Smasher, and they have it! Ah! That's really rough. That's rough. I thought I planned this out pretty well. It's just annoying not having that third land. So I can definitely kill something. So if I draw a land, best case, the Flicker Wisp takes care of the Endless one. So we're definitely blocking a Smasher. I think we're double blocking as well. Oh. Alright, so let's do the math. So we block a Smasher. We gain 4. We take 10. So we take 6. We go to 3. And then next turn, best case, we Flicker Wisp the Endless one. And then we take 4 Trample, which it doesn't work out very well. So it might even be a case of having to Flicker Wisp the Batterskull. So land into Flicker Wisp Batterskull, we then have 4 points of life to play with. So this is the big draw step. It's not there. That is a concession. So that's pretty rough. Alright, so let's take out the 4 Thalias. Let's take out the 4 Mother Runes. Revokers are great for Endbringer and Walking Blister. Thalia Heroic Cathar is pretty good. I definitely love Palace Jailer. I really like to learn a Relic Water just in case they do get an early Chalice. I like the Council's Judgments and the Hallowed Spirit Keeper. I don't mind the other path. And then also the Gideon. And one more card. I don't mind the Thalia, because what Thalia achieves is, with Thalia and Mirren, you can first strike a Thought Knot and kill it. With Thalia and Thalia, you can first strike a Reality Smasher and kill it, or even a Mirren and Thalia. So I think I'm pretty happy with this. There's no other real cards in here. Holy Light, no. Yeah, we'll go ahead with this. This will be fine. Love to play first. This hand's okay. We'll keep this. Turn 2 Stoneforge, turn 3 Batterskull, hopefully. If they don't have the Chalices, which I don't think they leave in, we do have the Swords online as well, which is nice. So our plays are turn 2 Stoneforge. If they Thought Not Seer, they take the Batterskull. We then have a turn 3 of Thalia. No blocks. They play something, we can then swing back with Sword of Fire and Ice on Thalia, which is nice. Because if we draw a land turn 4, we can activate Stoneforge for 2 and then put the sword in and equip for 2. Opponent obviously having a few... maybe turn 1 plays. They might even bring in something like Sorcerer's Spyglass. And they have Spyglass, which is pretty good. Spyglass is a pretty insane answer to Stoneforge Mystic, which is a little bit annoying. I think our best case next turn is to actually draw Ancient Tomb into Thalia, even though it's a 1-of. Eldrazi actually a pretty good matchup, I think, for us. They do have big creatures, but we also have some pretty good answers to them. Thalia doesn't do too much, so I'm pretty happy still just to play Stoneforge. This means that if they... Hey, xCloud, thank you very much for the host. That's really nice. So I definitely could have left up swords for, say, a turn to Thought Not Seer, but putting them in the predicament of wanting to take either Thalia, Batterskull, or swords is pretty good as well. So we'll see how that pans out. There's the second mana, so Jitte is actually not too bad. Especially because we already have the swords and they don't have a chalice for 1. I'm pretty happy with that. Because we can't use the Stoneforge, I'm pretty happy here just to play Thalia out. Really good against their creatures coming in. This means that something like a turn 3 Reality Smasher isn't going to occur, which is nice. And if they don't play a creature, it means that next turn I can actually play Sword and equip and swing, which is really nice. Yeah, Cloud, that is very much appreciated. XJ Cloud is another D&T player who I know has definitely had some pretty good success online with like multiple 5-0s recently in leagues, which is very cool. So definitely, if you're interested in more D&T content, definitely check out XJ Cloud. No creatures yet from Eldrazi, which is pretty normal. Even something like an endless one for 2 would have been pretty good. Ah, that's awesome. That's very cool to hear. Endbringer, okay. Endbringer is fine. Does come in tapped as well. It's a great target for the Swords to Plowshares. Council Judgment's interesting. CGM means that I can definitely swords the Endbringer. I can put the sword in, and then next turn I might even be able to, if I draw a land, put in both Council's Judgment on the Spyglass and then Batterskull. Yeah, so I'm just going to attack with the Thalia, and then hold up Stoneforge with Sword and Caracas for Thalia, just in case of something like... yeah, that's actually quite interesting. Thanks for letting me know. I'll see if I can actually activate that and make sure that it's online. And then we'll just pass turn. I believe this is... That should have done it, hopefully. I might fix it in the break, if that's cool. Not too sure what we're scared of. Thought Knot would be annoying. But we do have some nice answers to it. If they Thought Knot away the Council's Judgment or the Batterskull, that's pretty rough. I'll definitely put the swords in response. So that's that's definitely the wrong list, sadly. Alright, so we'll put in... Ah, of course we can't. Of course. Of course. That's a bit of a misplay. Okay. So we can definitely get in with both. Of course, Sorcerer's Spyglass also stops the Sword of Foreign Ice getting in off the Stoneforge Mystic. I was just thinking of Batterskull, which is pretty rough. But I will definitely update this list right after this game. So I'm not sure if I have to play around All Is Dust. So I think I'm pretty happy here just to play the sword out. And then just hold up returning Thali with Caracas. Unless they want to Wasteland it. If they play a land and Wasteland it, they still could. Oh, a Caracas of their own is pretty good. Swords is nice. Because they have the Caracas, I'll definitely equip this sword to the Stoneforge Mystic. Whisper's nice. Would have been nice to get another land to play, maybe Thalia or Sarah Avenger, but I think we have this game pretty well locked up. We'll see. Yeah, Thalia Heretic Cathar is an interesting one. I've definitely always been a fan, but there's also always been like a pretty high quality level for cards making it into DNT, so seeing if she's better than something like a second Mirren or a third Mirren is always going to be in contention. Still happy with this sideboarding. We'll just submit this again. I definitely really like her if you keep going ahead with... There it is, okay. So I'll just quickly put this in. If you expect a lot of Eldrazi, I really like Thalia Heretic Cathar. A little bit old school too, but I really like Sarah Avenger right now. I think Sarah Avenger is sweet. I haven't seen a lot of Baleful Strix and a lot of TNN, so yeah, Baleful Strix has just been really good in the air. That should be an updated video. That should be a an updated list, hopefully. Nice. This hand really relies on if they didn't bring in Chalice on the play. I didn't see game one. I did see Sorcerer's Spyglass, which this hand is also pretty terrible against. I feel like it's a bit of a trap hand. It's nice to have 2 removal spells in Swords and 2 beaters in Sarah Avenger, but when Aether Vial is a little bit clunky when you think of Chalice or Spyglass, and Serra Avenger is not going to come down in the early game. I think I'm going to mulligan this and just hope for something a little bit more, with a little bit more to do. This hand's sweet. So we have a turn 2 Thalia, which is sweet. The Judgment's nice, but I think we have enough removal in the deck that can be actually cast off the planes or with the lands we have, like Palace Jailer, which does need double white. So we'll put this to the bottom for now, and we'll see how this hand turns out. It's also nice to not have something that can't really be Spyglass turn 1, other than Rishton Port, but that's okie dokie from me. Turn 1 Chalice is fine. We have nothing in the hand which is going to get hit by that, which is nice. I don't mind Wastelanding here, especially to keep them off Thought Knot for a little bit. Lord Dark Q, thank you very much for the cheers. Very nice of you. Another tomb. Ratchet Bomb, okay. That is fine. Another Wasteland would be sweet. We don't get it, but happy to play this Plains and pass. Interesting what the bomb is going to be for. Most likely 3 drops for this hand especially. But hopefully not another Soul Land into Thought Knot. I'd love to not see that. This is a Thought Knot. At least next turn we do have Port to keep them off that Ancient Tomb. But of course, Eye of Ugin not being really a portable target, and something that we really need a Wasteland for. Let's take Sword and Fire and Ice. Interesting. So maybe they believe they have an answer to Thalia. Okay. Krakus is a pretty amazing draw because it allows us to kind of play around the Ratchet Bomb. They might also have a Krakus themselves in hand, which hands us the Thalia. So that's definitely something to consider as well. Or even a Walking Ballista for 2 does it. But I don't believe that'd be able to, because they'd need a second land that would come in tapped this turn. So Krakus looking really good right now. Do they have another land? That's the big question. They have 4 cards in hand, so I'm assuming they'd have at least one more land. There we have. Ooh, interesting. Gideon. So if they equip the Jit, it's going to be pretty rough. So what do we have? We have play Caracas and pretty much pass and hold it up against Ratchet Bomb. But then, of course, if they Thought Knot and equip, they get Jit counters. If we play the Gideon, we can make a 2/2 and then double block, but they most likely will throw the bomb and throw away their guy. I really like Cleric, especially last game where I got to Cleric away a few of those Arclight Phoenixes, which is sweet. It's also nice just to have another blocker at some stages. Yeah, the bomb is pretty good. So I think getting down the Gideon now is just the best, and maybe putting the Gideon up to 5, so we can't next turn equip the Jitte, put this. Oh, sorry. End step, put this to 3. Next turn, equip the Jitte, swing at the Gideon. The Gideon goes to 1. Is okay. It gives us a turn. Yeah, so I think getting Gideon out is nice. I'm gonna have to tick it up just to keep it. Unless I just create a 2/2. I'm pretty happy with just creating a 2/2 as well and blocking. Yeah. He could also do that as well, which is rough, but at least we're progressing our board. And if he's going to use the Jitte counter straight away, that's kind of nice. It means that the following turn I can hopefully try to put down enough blockers to just block the Thought Knot and kill it, drawing a card. Because if I don't do anything with the Thalia and just play Karakas, then they're going to either use counters on it or blow it up with the Ratchet Bomb to get it out of the way. Yeah, so perhaps even keeping back the Thalia was something I should have done. I do just like putting on a bit of pressure, because even in a perfect world, two hits with this Gideon is going to be the game. They could also crack the bomb, kill the Thalia, and play a Smasher. And if they both go at Gideon, I don't block. Yeah, I think Smasher could be a line that they take. I think Jitte counters is definitely where they want to be. So they have access to 6 mana. Walking Ballista also does it. There's the equip, which is fine. Sadly, but fine. So they're attacking Gideon. So we'll definitely block. Interesting they're using the bomb now. They could have actually killed it with the Jitte, and then next turn bombed up to 4, which I guess kills the Thought Knot as well, so that's not a good line. Yeah, we do have a few good outs coming up, which is nice. Even Palace Jailer would be pretty insane. I mean, Palace Jailer is always insane, but... Wow, okay. Sadly, Recruiter can't get too much. Recruiter could get Leona Relic Water, which helps a little bit. Just wondering if I swing in with Gideon or not. That's the big question. I could also emblem the Gideon, and then play both Recruiter and Leonard Relic Water. The emblem also makes this Hallowed Spirit Keeper pretty good. So yeah, actually, like this could be a little bit wrong, but we're going to go down to 10 for this. One more turn means that this Spirit Keeper could do some pretty good work, but it means we would probably need removal as well. So drawing into something like Swords. Another blocker wouldn't be too bad. Of course, with Charles and Swords is out, so it would be rough. So it looks like they're going to kill the Recruiter, which is fine. And the next turn, have some pretty good outs. I mean, next turn if they... I have to block the Endbringer, or else they have lethal the following turn by making the Hallowed Speaker not be able to block. So we definitely have to block so that next turn isn't lethal, which is a little bit sad because we're just chumping, which is not where we want to be. Another threat from them really puts the pressure on. Wow, okay, yeah. I don't believe there's anything that saves us here. Maybe a Palace Jailer somehow. But that's really pushing it. Yeah, a little bit rough. There was definitely a lot of lines there that I could have taken. Interesting to hit the tomb, because if I draw into something like Palace Jailer, no. I'd most likely have to use it, but that is fine. Yeah, Thought Knot, a pretty devastating card. I know there's definitely been a few people that have said, once you go up to say 2 Ancient Tombs, when does Thought Knot come into contention with Death and Taxes, which is pretty appealing. Oh, did I just press yes? Hopefully. Cool. We'll keep this. A pretty fair hand, but it's got some removal. It's got some nice cards. Good against fair decks with Mystic. Good against fair decks with Walking Blister. Good against land-based decks with Rishon Port. Good against combo with Thalia and Revoker. So no turn 1 Vial, but I still like this hand very much. Golgari Wastes. Interesting. Thoughtseize. I'm going to assume taking Stoneforge Mystic if this is going to be a fair matchup. But you never really know. Oh, this is Bob. That's cool. That's one of the best parts of playing in Interesting. Is this going to be another Phoenix deck? Wow. Pretty good. This is why I like Remorseful Cleric. Wasteland doesn't do a whole lot here. So we're just going to play out this Thalia. I think we're just dead. I think we're just dead. Swords just doesn't do it, sadly. Alright, so Phoenix, Mirren's definitely too slow. Revokers don't do a whole lot. I can probably cut down on one Thalia. Swords are nice, so the path is nice. So I like the path. I like the Surgicals. I like the Remorseful Cleric. I like the Aethersworn Canonist, and I like the Palace Jailer. Rest in Peace, I don't think is really worth it, so maybe the Spirit Keeper comes in. So Spirit Keeper replaces the Mirren. The Aethersworn Canonist replaces the 4th Thalia. Perhaps the Rest in Peace is worth it. If he's playing Buried Alive, I think it is worth it just because it does turn off a whole probably like playset of cards. The Blister's a little bit slow. The Recruiters are still nice. Perhaps the Thalia can come out. It just doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup. Jide's still really relevant. Sword of Fire and Ice is definitely very relevant. Batterskull's still great. So let's look at this. Two more cards to take out. Maybe 2 Palace Jailers is too much. I still like the idea of having two Palace Jailers against this deck. We could probably cut down on 1 Palace Jailer, 1 Sarah Avenger, and go from there and see how this plays out. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I don't think Mum does a whole lot. We could probably cut down on a Mum, actually. And then bring in maybe the 2nd Jailer. Which is definitely turning the curve a little bit higher, but I think I like this. So we'll submit this and we'll see how it goes. This hand's okay. Against a Thoughtseize, it's not the best. But we do have a Wasteland as well for some interaction, so I'm happy to keep it and see how it leads. It doesn't have much in terms of what we're doing turn 1 or turn 2, but it's a little bit hard to pass up a Surgical in this situation. I wonder what counter magic they play, and if they play any, or if their playing against combo is just discard. I'm assuming he has the nuts again, and that's why he's taking a little bit of time to do his turn 1 play, which is always pretty fun to see. I mean, with new decks like this, it's always interesting. Mum off the top isn't the greatest, so pretty happy here just to play out the Mum and pass back. Still 7 cards in hand for my opponent, of course. There's a swords, which is fine. There's a ritual. There's a buried alive. Do we get to hit it? We gotta try. Hey, okay. Oh, he's got one in hand as well, so 2 mentors and the phoenixes. So that's a pretty good hit. What else does he play? So he's brought in Serenity and Disenchant. Buried Alive, Dark Rituals, Thought Seizers. So really, other than the Buried Alives and the Phoenixes, Rip doesn't hit that much, but it still is pretty good because they can just go off with Buried Alive, which is a sorcery, so it's not instant, but... So if I don't draw a land here, I'm pretty happy to go after this Tundra. Unless I just want to play out this Canonist and go from here. So we know 2 mentors are in hand. Okay. So we know they just have a mentor in hand. So I think here I'm pretty happy to take him off a Tundra, Swords Mentor, get in for 1. Get in for 2, sorry. Hopefully that Wasteland doesn't come back to bite me and I do draw a 3rd land. Or at least another 2 mana spell. That's always rough. That's always the rough part. But, Brainstorming to land's nice. They still have the Mentor most likely in hand. I don't think this Monk by itself is going to get there. Plains off the top is nice. So let's... attack him with Canonist, and then most likely just get rid of the Monk with Flicker Wisp. I think just to clear his board of threats is quite nice. Very cool to play against Bob. I think Bob's got a pretty big influence on Legacy. Especially the content he puts out is pretty awesome. Here's a Mentor. Does he have another Petal? Does not. Surgical's nice, but there's not too much in the graveyard that I'd like to hit, I don't think. So here, I'm pretty happy to get aggressive and attack with both. And now just play the Spirit Keeper. Plains is nice. We gotta play this Jailer on this Mentor. Hopefully it sticks. If he brainstorms in response, that's fine. Or maybe disenchants the Canonist. Okay. That's pretty good. Wow, has the days. Interesting, okay. That's pretty good. So what can we do now? We can at least attack in the air, for sure. Yeah, I'm a killer. Thank you very much. That's really cool. Very nice of you. So Bob's definitely got himself back in this game, which is pretty good. See how this plays out. They're at 8. I should really surgical swords just because it's such a good answer to Spirit Keeper. He does have one card in hand, so I just hope it's not the sword. There's no attacks, so I'm assuming it's not a sword. I'm just going to attack with everything and see what he has. There's no real point playing around swords. Ritual is fine. This will take him down to 5, and then we should have enough in the air to actually just block with if he does kill the Spirit Keeper. And with no cards in hand, it would be pretty hard to go off and hit me for 17. So we do have lethal in the air, which is nice. Alright. So let's look at changes. Let's look at any changes. So Bob's obviously brought in Disenchant, which is pretty good. I don't mind the Prelate on 1. So that's something to look out for. There's still no targets for Relic Water. Containment Priest is okay. I don't know if it's better than like a Stoneforge Mystic because it does hit. It hits the Phoenixes, and it doesn't block too bad on Mentors if they just try to attack in with them. So I might even go down on a Stoneforge and come up on a Containment Priest. Still very rough, but we'll see how far this gets us. We're up to 61 now, so we've got to sideboard out 1 card. What wasn't great? Yeah, Thalia is really good. I'm just not sure of having all 4 in. He doesn't have a ton of removals, so maybe the mums coming out is good. Brendan 0013, thank you very much for the follow. That's really nice. Yeah, maybe down to 1 mum and then just keeping in the Thalias, but maybe the Seravenger just comes back in just because of how good of a blocker it is, and just attacking and blocking. So we'll try out this. Still very much in a testing phase with how I want to play this deck. So his hand's a little bit too fair, which is a little bit annoying. So we'll mulligan it and hopefully get some graveyard hate. Didn't get it, but we do have a turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Thalia. We could maybe have Surgical on top. I don't think this is where we want to be, even if we get Vial online. If he surgicals, sorry, if he counters, if he thought seizes the Vial, this Seravenger is not coming down till turn 4. I think we just want to try and get closer to Graveyard Hate, so we'll put this at the bottom and hopefully draw into something like Surgical, Rest in Peace, or Recruiter, or Remorseful Cleric. A fair ponder, very nice. Brendan, yeah, not a big fan of the Elves matchup, but you never know. Happy to play the Vial here. Hopefully not getting dazed, which is nice. So Flickwist just got a ton better. He does have Disenchant in the deck, so this Vial might not be around for long. Mid-game Brainstorm is always pretty insane. I think his Buried Alive deck is pretty fantastic. It's always cool to see new decks in the format, and Arclight Phoenix is definitely a card that screamed build around me when it was printed. I'm pretty sure Bob's Eternal Weekend first place card was Tundra, which is very cool. Hopefully he doesn't kill me now. That would be rough. If this is something like a Dark Ritual, then Thoughtseize, okay. Could still Lotus into Dark Rit. I'm going to assume if he takes the Flickwisp here, it means he's going to try to go off and just beat me down until beat me down before I can actually establish anything to get back in the game. If he takes the Stoneforge, maybe he's actually scared of the Batterskull, so we might have like a mental plan in hand. Taking the Thalia might mean that he's actually not quite there yet, and the Thalia is going to interact with his gameplay a little bit too much. So it will be interesting to see what he takes. The Flickwisp acting as a fog for one, and also trading with a Phoenix, which once you get down on cards, taking the Stoneforge, so I think he's just going to go for it here with a Dark Ritual into Bury Alive. Yeah. And now I'm at 11, which is pretty insane. Pretty good. Alright. Not too much we can draw here that's really going to favor this matchup. A Swords definitely starts, which is nice. So we can play a Swords around Days, which is pretty good. But 2 cards in hand. I'll be going down to 5, and then I have to play a blocker or find another sword. Mentor with 1 floating? Just Mentor by itself. Interesting. Alright, Swords or bust. Pretty much. Or land, I guess. I can tick up Vial, put in a land, and then Flickwisp. Oh, there's a land. Okay, so we can put in Thalia. And then play the Wisp. There's nothing really to hit here. I think we'll just hit a Plains and show that we have something like Swords to Plowshares, even though he knows of the Batterskull, he might have forgotten about it. But there's not too much else to do here. Interesting. So we'll definitely block. We will go up to 2. We will go up to 3. What do we draw? Ah, Palace Jailer, too slow. Too slow. Concede. Sadly. But good games. That was pretty good. Pretty close. And always fun to play against Bob. That's very cool. Especially as a player in Australia that doesn't get out too much. Big tournaments, and especially in the US. So 1 left. Not with the best record, but had some really tight games, which is always nice. That Phoenix deck is pretty insane. It looks really fun to play as well. Got to get my hands on some Buried Alives. I'm not too sure if they're actually going to spike. Hopefully not due to this. Interesting. So yeah, just while we're waiting with the game, I think the list has been pretty solid. I'm still a little bit up in the air about the one of sideboard bullets, and if I should have more sort of 2-ofs and have more of a consistent board. But yeah, Recruiter plays a huge role in being able to find those 1-ofs, so that's always pretty nice. Sadly, a no-lander, which has happened a lot in this match, which is just a little bit frustrating. We'll definitely mulligan this. This hand's fine. This hand's pretty good. Turn 1 Mum, turn 2 Thalia with Wasteland backup is pretty good. The port's also pretty good. I'm pretty happy to keep that. If they blind me with like Cabal Therapy Thalia, I still have a turn 2 play in either Wasteland or Rishna Port, which is nice. So giving away the deck pretty much right now. I think the only thing that I'm scared of is probably a Swords, and then something like a turn 2 Mum themselves and a Vial, if it is the mirror. And it's not, which is awesome. So Misty and Island doesn't say much. Brainstorm right away kind of gives me the impression they're Storm and they want to go off right now. Which is pretty nuts. This also could be another Buried Alive deck, we'll see. Yeah, very cool. Got hosted by a few other streamers, which is very nice. Just wanna really get this because a turn 1 fetch into Brainstorm is not something you traditionally see in Legacy unless they're about to kill you straight away. So let's just hope that doesn't happen. But it looks like they're just passing. Interesting. So I think I'm pretty happy here to play Port into Thalia. Port means that next turn, if they play a dual land, I can port their island and also Wasteland them, which is pretty nice. Yeah, that's fair enough. They could definitely be Storm and trying to look for an out that is either discard or just going off. With the basics here, I think that definitely shows what they have. Another Plains isn't the worst. I like keeping the Wasteland in my hand until they have a dual land in play. I could attack with all creatures. I don't believe main deck that have anything to return the Thalia other than maybe Chain of Vapor. So happy to go in with an attack for 3. And then upkeep, take them off their blue source. Yeah, it definitely looks like it so far. It's just the Brainstorm straight away kind of gave it away as a tell. There's a Lotus Petal, so we're getting very close to it just being Storm. Another Port's pretty great. So here I'll definitely just attack with the Thalia. And then keep them ported during their turn. We have just enough pressure, which is nice. And then also the double ports to keep them off both their lands. Didn't float mana, so I'm happy here to tap down the other swamp in their upkeep as well. If they floated the mana, I might try to see if I could tap down their fetch lane in response to them casting like another Brainstorm. Yeah, definitely could, but now that I've seen LED, I'm pretty positive that this is going to be Storm. Just to have this Wasteland here is pretty nice on this Underground Sea. Eighth Vial a little bit too late here, so happy to hit this Underground Sea. And then just keep beating down. Ah, wow. That was a misclick, but hopefully it doesn't matter. Just going straight from my beginning of combat step to end of combat, pretty much. Oh, wow. Yep, that just happened. I'm pretty happy to keep them off blue here, and then see how it goes. I may have accidentally double tapped my Rishadan port, which is one thing I hate about MTGO. That just wouldn't happen in normal Magic. You don't tap down your own port. But it did just occur, so that's always pretty rough. Interesting, could be going for the Ad Nors here. And it looks like they are, so we'll look at the revealed zone. Dark Root, Brainstorm, LED, Preordain going down to 10, Preordain going down to 9, Past in Flames going down to 5. They don't have a tutor yet. I think they need to find one. Misty Rainforest still at 5. It looks like that's where they're going to finish up. So hopefully that misclick did not cost me, because that was an extra 2 points of damage. Another LED is interesting. Just going for mana here to really play around that Thalia, but it looks like they're just going to pass turn. Interesting. Going to clean up, so drawing into Recruiter of the Guard would get me Remorseful Cleric, I believe. Unless it's in the sideboard. It's actually in the sideboard. So if I attack with both, it turns off fetch lands, which I think is good enough. I don't think they would play bounce spells. I wonder if it's worth more to keep Mum up just in case of something like Chain of Vapor, or to attack with Mum and put him down to 1. Chain of Vapor is an instant speed spell, I believe, so they could respond to me in their upkeep, which is always pretty rough. I think I'm just going to attack with Thalia and keep Mum back. I think they have enough mana that they don't have to fetch. So we'll see how this plays out. So we'll go for the Underground Sea first. They float a blue. Okay. So let's stop in their draw step as well. Unless they go to Brainstorm, then whatever the mana they use for Thalia's tax, I can tap down the other mana. So here we can try to take them off. Most likely black, so that they have to use their LEDs or play another land to start something like a ritual effect. So let's do that. It's a Brainstorm, okay. Which isn't too bad for us. And it's nice to play around Brainstorm like that with Port, so tapping them down. There's a Delta, so we could have definitely turned it off with attacking with the Mum, but I definitely thought it was worth just keeping it back. Yeah, nice. So luckily just got there. They can Past in Flames with 2 mana left to start ritualing, but blue is going to be limited, which is definitely correct. So let's take out these swords. They're not going to be any good. I don't really like the beaters in Saravenger and Mirren. They do provide a pretty good clock, but I like the ability to bring in... we have Surgicals, we have Prelate, which is nice. We have Canonist, which is nice. With the Past in Flames, we have Rest in Peace. They probably take out a number of Past in Flames, but that's okay. Relic Ward is nice as well. And then I don't mind Remorseful Cleric, just to get rid of graveyards at instant speed, hopefully. But I'm just going to go to the bathroom quickly. I'll be back in 1 second. All right. Yeah, there's not too much else that I would take out. I'm like, some people might be scared of something like Dread of Night, but I don't think the Council's Judgment is worth it until I see it. So I'm more than happy with this list. If anything, the Palace Jailer might be a bit slow, but let's just go ahead with this and see how it rocks. A pretty fair hand. If they have discard, the Thalia is... if they have discard for the Thalia, this hand is pretty trash. It's great that I can probably cast everything that I draw, and I also have some ability to Wasteland and port their mana. But I think that because they know I'm on D&T, they'll go for basics first anyway. So I'm gonna mulligan this hand pretty aggressively and go for something a little bit more hateful, which this hand is not. So we'll go down to 5. We have the Revoker for LED, but we have 2 equipments in Stoneforge, so we're really gonna get punished here. We'll go down to 3. We'll see if we can win with 3. This 3 is fine. We'll keep this, and we'll put Jade on the bottom. So this will be a win for the history books if we get there. Of course, it's just a turn 1 ponder. So yeah, the first hand, you know, definitely a great hand, especially if they go for something like an Empty the Warrens. To have the ability to Stoneforge into Batterskull, if they don't have up to, I believe if it's more than 14, so 16 or more, then they can just get there. But otherwise, not the greatest. So we'll play, I'm going to play the Caracas and try to not play this Plains for a while, just to play around Massacre. It would be great to rely on Caracas as our white source until we really need it for Relic Water. Yeah, that's very true as well. Pyromancer's Realm. Dark Rit. So obviously just going off here. Reign of Filth. Okay, very cool card. LED, nice. Infernal 2 to hold priority, crack LED. There we go. That's what we want to see. So to be fair, if we kept a hand with a 2-drop Thalia, like the first one, we would have been a bit too slow anyway. So I always find that Storm on the play is a lot harder than Storm Storm on the draw. So there's past going for empty most likely, so just going for a bunch of 1/1 goblins. I think my best draw is maybe seeing if I can get Stoneforge Mystic into Batterskull, but it looks like they might just be going for the Tendrils here, which they are. Alright. So back to the drawing board. Still happy with this deck. Let's just submit the same list and go again. We would love to play first. This hand's okay if they're going for... like, it does have Rest in Peace. It doesn't have much else. It has a turn 1 play in Mother of Runes. It has a turn 2 in either Rest in Peace, Port, or Wasteland. So it doesn't have Thalia. It doesn't have Canonist. It doesn't have Revoker, but the rule cards we definitely can draw. And I think turning off Cabal Therapy, Past in Flames, and a few of their lines with Rest in Peace is actually probably worth it. So we're going to keep this. The only downside being that if they do have some sort of hate effect like Thoughtseize or Cabal Therapy, I think with Cabal they'd most likely name Thalia, but with Thoughtseize they can take the Rest in Peace, which still turns on Rishton Port as a turn 2 play, which is nice. But we're definitely looking for something a little bit more. So this is interesting because it's a wastelandable effect, which is nice, but I see the Rest in Peace as a target here. The Palace Jailer and the Flick Wisp aren't really something that you worry about. Another Caracas isn't what we really want. I'm pretty happy to Wasteland here. I could have also played Port, and then if we drew into Sanctum Prelate, naming Sanctum Prelate on 4 because Mum's out would have been an option. And that also means that we would have our third land drop next turn. Ballista. I think Ballista on 1 is fine. We can't really port because they do have the Delta. But we can start ticking it up for an Adnors, I believe, if it comes to it. I can attack with Mum here because we don't really have a threat on board that we care about protecting. And I'm happy just to get incremental damage in right now. So really hoping for something like a Thalia or another hate piece in Ether Swan Canoness would be pretty nice. So double fetching most likely means they're just going for it now. Especially if they have like a Lotus Petal to get Threshold on board. Or a Rain of Filth, of course, which is pretty good. Blue-black voting. Interesting. Cabal Ritual. So maybe this hand was just a bit too fair. Which is definitely something that you learn from playing. I can tell you that. So they did have Massacre and Chain of Vapor, which is interesting. Of course, Massacre are not castable with Caracas in play as the white source, which is quite nice. But they will need a way to actually get back. So they're going to go for the Adnors. Interesting. So there's Tendrils. So they can't go down to 1 because we can kill them with Ballista. Down to 5. 4. 3. Yeah, I can definitely see how they have this. I think my out is for them to misclick on this Adnors for another and hit something. They've played a land for turn, so I'm not sure if they can actually... So they can Cabal into... Interesting. Yeah, they needed something like a Petal to just get that extra mana. Yeah, they could they could definitely I'm just not sure how they get the extra mana because they can Cabal. Oh, okay, yeah, of course, yeah. So they can use their mana floating to Cabal Writ into Tendrils. Definitely an interesting game. Just a side note as well. MTG Mate is my sponsor, and we do have a giveaway coming up at 225 followers of a Phyrexian Metamorph Japanese foil. So it's a set foil as well, which is pretty nice. So if you do like this content, of course, do throw me a follow, and hopefully give this out to anyone in the world. We'll definitely post it to you, which is great as well. But yeah, just thankful for having you guys on. So there's Cabal. Most likely just into Tendrils. Okay, so game not over, which is nice. They will have a pretty nice hand next turn. But they don't have Past in Flames as of yet. Plains is okay. I like to at least show that we might have Swords to Plowshares, like one in the deck. So if they want to tendril us, they'll have to, of course, take that into consideration. I think playing the Jailer here is better than ticking up the Ballista. So we swing in for 5 and take them down to 12. Just to get the extra card draw is quite nice, so... We also could just keep them tapped down off that island by playing this Mother of Runes and keeping this Caracas for later on. Bo Bubbles, thank you very much. Very cool to see you back in the stream, so kudos to you as well. Yeah, that's very true as well. So I'm going to take that line on your behalf and play this Jailer. Sadly, no triggers in this matchup, really, for the ETB, unless we're luckily getting something. Stoneforge, okay. Stoneforge not really relevant here. Interesting. And this looks to be it. They definitely have enough in the bin. There's Past in Flames. So yeah, just not hitting the graveyard hate was pretty rough. Or really any hate. I mean, even a Thalia would have been great. But just couldn't get there. They're going to Thoughtseize us, which is interesting. That is fine. I guess they're looking for something like Surgical. And that'll be game. So, pretty interactive games, but sadly just didn't get there. But pretty happy just to go back to back and play another league. If you guys will have me as the player of this deck. But pretty happy with how the actual deck performed. There's no real changes that I would make. We of course have the usual Stoneforge package. We only have one Mirren. I'm only trying out one Mirren because I want to try out more one-ofs that are targets for Recruiter, and also having the two Sarah Avengers. I kind of feel a little bit better right now, but I guess we'll see how that goes. Playing against the Phoenix decks was very cool. Playing against Bob Huang is always very awesome. Lord Darkview, you're amazing. Treat yourself. So yeah, hopefully come back in this league with a better take on TNT. So we played against 4-color Phoenix twice. Beat it once, lost to it once. Lost to Dredge. Lost to Eldrazi. Lost to Storm. So definitely all matchups that I think we could easily favor ourselves in, but yeah, just didn't get the right half of the cards, I'd like to say. So would love to play first, and would not like to keep this hand. It really depends on what I'm playing against, but I really don't like this hand because there's no real threats. It's a little bit too fair against something like Storm or Miracles, so let's mulligan this. This hand's okay. We have turn 1 Mum, we have Swords as a bit of removal, we have Recruiter to get something that we know will be good later on, and Stoneforge on top is pretty good, so we'll put that on top. And this hand has turned out pretty well. So Chancellor is actually pretty good as well. So I'm pretty happy here to, I think, play this Mother of Runes into the Chancellor just to turn off, turn on Swords to Plowshares. So it means that if they do get back the Chancellor next turn, I can at least pay for it with Swords, and also Swords in the same turn. I kind of hope that they actually just put the Chancellor in. I guess we'll see. Oh, they're going to Entomb, so most likely not. Animate dead, okay. Most likely trying to find an unmask. Or maybe a Dark Ritual to unmask and then Entomb Exhume. Faithless Looting, okay. That is fine. Iona's pretty good as well. We do have Caracas luckily in the deck, although only 2 going down from the normal 1. So a few targets in the bin, to say the least. So we draw the Stoneforge. I think I'm happy here just to kill the Batterskull, sorry, the Grizzlebrand now. There's no point doing it in their turn, so let's just go for the Swords here. Definitely an uphill battle. I'm thinking of what targets we have other than maybe like Palace Jailer to try and get something going. But Iona is definitely going to be pretty rough. Especially because if they name white, we can't even play the Recruiter or the Stoneforge to try to get some more cards out of the deck to try to increase our chances of drawing into Caracas. I think they take the Recruiter here. It's a lot more scary than the Stoneforge. And even something like Batterskull just isn't really what they're gonna find as like a speed bump to their plan. Although it does turn on Unmask, which is nice. Oh, Exhume, okay. Let's bring back the Recruiter. So I'm most likely just going to get a Revoker, because at least I can cast it. I could also get Walking Ballista. Ballista's interesting, because I don't know if I could race them. Although Phyrexian Revoker is just that little bit better. And I can name something like Grizzlebrand. I I'm gonna get the Ballista. Heretic Cathar is not the worst, but of course we can't cast it, so we'll cast this Walking Ballista for 2, and then just pass turn. At least this means if we draw into a land, we can start pumping up Ballista as well, which is nice. I definitely could have got Revoker as well, and just named Grizzlebrand, or to a lesser extent Lotus Petal. I think Grizzlebrand's definitely the biggest threat. But yeah, these Phoenix decks look really fun to play, so I'd love to play against one, or even play with one. So for those of you who haven't seen it, it's a Phoenix Mentor deck that actually plays Buried Alive and a bunch of Petals and Dark Rits and cantrips to get 3 dudes in the bin very quickly. Wasteland's nice because now I can pump this Ballista. And then just swing for a bunch of damage in the air. So sadly, next turn I can attack in for 4 and deal 3. So they need to fetch, or at least I need to deal 1 more damage to them somehow. I mean, Jitte off the top as well isn't the worst, because it would allow me to gain enough life to take another hit. Flashback looting is fine. Not fine, but a lot better than, say, something like another Exhume. They're going to attack. So we have a few good draws. Not what we want, but another line that we could have done is Wasteland. If we drew a land, Wasteland their Polluted Delta, see if they crack it going to 7, play a land, tick up Walking Ballista, swing in for 4, ticking them down to 3, and then crack the Ballista. But that's sadly not going to happen. But I think it's definitely still worth ticking up the Ballista and trying this out. Yeah, Caracas off the top as well would have been really sweet, but sometimes the deck just doesn't align for you. So our out here is my opponent to crack this fetch. For some odd reason, they might just brain fart. And they won't. There we go. Alright, so sideboarding is interesting. I like taking out the Stoneforge package against Reanimator. I don't think it's that great, and it makes a lot of space, which is nice. The Palace Jail is sweet. The Surgicals, of course. So looking at our graveyard, hey, we have a Surgical package through a Containment Priest, Remorseful Cleric, and Rest in Peace. I don't mind a Council's Judgment. I don't mind the Prelate on 2. Mainly stopping Exhume, but you can also stop Collective Brutality. On 1 it's pretty good as well, because you stop Entomb, Reanimate, Faithless Looting, cards like that. Could probably also trade a Swords for a Path. Relic Water I really like. Maybe the Ballista can come out. I kind of still like it just as a catch-all if I do get the chance to kill. I don't mind going down on a Mum. And I don't mind going down on a Wisp. So perhaps the Sword's worth it just because of how good it is. Probably a Sarah Avenger. The Mirren's a little bit too late as well. We'll just go like this. We'll go like this. There we go. Canonist is also something that I should have considered. Oh, there we go. Nice. We'll take that out. Cool. Canonist definitely stops Dark Ritual shenanigans, which is really nice. And also stops them from going, say, Thoughtseize or Unmask into Reanimate or Exhume. And yeah, especially with Grizzlebrand as well, drawing so many cards, it does stop them there. So we would love to play first. Hand's a little slow, but I don't mind it. If they have the Chancellor, it's really annoying, but I'm pretty happy with this. It has hate in both Containment Priest and Thalia, so let's just keep it. And hope we don't see a Chancellor. We do, of course. So let's play Plains and pass back. Could have mulled down to Surgical if we really thought that Chancellor was definitely going to be there, because we can at least pay for it with the Plains, but just not good enough this time. Most likely Grizzlebrand, which is fair enough. And just too slow again. So a bit of a no-go game again, but we do have some outs. We do have removal in the deck. We do have Caracas, of course, which is nice. Yeah, for sure. You can't always play around the turn one. And to have Chancellor and also the way you get Grizzlebrand into play is pretty rough, but that is the way that Magic is sometimes, and that is really why you just kind of have to love Legacy, because these things can happen, and you know, it's not always just happening against you, it happens to you as well. So it's always nice to have, like, you know, the turn one vials with Port and then just like triple Wasteland. So the best news is probably that an Unmask or Thoughtseize doesn't really hurt us right now, because it can't take something like a Swords that we can't cast with the Chancellor attacks. I think our best draw is either Swords or Caracas, of course. Leon and Relic Water also takes care of the Animate Dead if we get to it, but that would of course take another turn, which means that this Grizzlebrand is most likely getting in, which is pretty rough. Unmasking themselves, interesting. So Archetype of Endurance, the main reason as D&T you bring in Council's Judgment, because you don't really have another way to get rid of it other than blocking it with a few creatures. Yeah, this is pretty bad. We'll just concede. We don't have an out. We would be taking too much damage before we get the Archetype of Endurance off the board, so that was rough. I'm definitely not a big fan of mulling good hands, maybe not great hands, down to a Surgical. It's kind of like the Leyline effect to me. Like, a lot of players might keep a Leyline hand even though they have a shitty hand just because it doesn't have Leyline in it. This hand's okay. It's got a turn 1 Mum, it's got a turn 2 Port or Revoker. We've got some removal in Swords and a Recruiter for later in the game to go and get a Silver Bullet. So my opponent's mulligan down to 5 and put a card on the bottom of their library. So happy here to play this Mother of Runes. Polluted Delta doesn't tell us much. They did put a card to the bottom, so they might be looking for land drops. They also might have a hand of land and looking for some sort of threat. Pretty rough because we can't name anything with the Revoker, and these ports don't do much in the face of Polluted Deltas. So I think we're just going to pass here and tap down a Delta and make them search. At least we can gain some information from what land they go and get, and then start making a decision on the deck they're playing from there. Oh, he's also double queuing a Vintage Cube. Very cool. Could also port end of turn, but but if they... there's no real reason not to. I mean, they might even like brainstorm and then fetch. So if we really wanted to, we could have held the port up to tap down their fetch land in response to them casting brainstorm, so they didn't have the shuffle effect. Ancient Tomb. Okay, I'm going to put this on show and tell. Which is interesting. So if they're sneak and show, sneak attack's a great name for the Revoker, but I think right now it's probably best just to attack him with the mum, hold up swords, and also have port on the Ancient Tomb. If they get a Volk, that'd be interesting. Which they do, okay. Intuition, okay. Most likely getting either Show and Tell or Emrakul. Which means that we can hopefully recruit her for Palace Jailer if needs be. So we'll give him a Show and Tell. And then I think we'll tap down the Ancient Tomb just to keep them, at least try to keep them off 3 mana. We could tap them down the Volcanic, so they couldn't put in something like a Sneak Attack. Although with Sneak Attack it's not the worst. There's a Ponder, so that did work out pretty well, thankfully. And we do have the second port, meaning that we can actually start really taking them off, but we don't have much pressure, which is always tough. Another card we have to look out for is probably Lotus Petal, just to make sure that we're not... Ancient Tombs ourselves. I still like port. Yeah, I'm assuming the main deck red card is Sneak Attack. So happy again just to pass and double port this time. So I think first up I'll tap down their Tomb and see what they do. They add 2 mana, so I'm happy to just go to their draw step and see what they do. Unless if they cast something like a Cunning Wish, then I think I'm happy here to tap them off their Volcanic. They get Intuition, okay. Wasteland's pretty nice. I think I'd like take them off a red source and then just keep porting them down. So a really slow clock, but I feel like we're doing enough to keep them off from what they want to do. And allowing us to draw into something like Thalia, which would be pretty good. Yeah, not too sure why they got the Volk. Perhaps they are on a Sneak Attack route and they want to have at least maybe 2 sources of red. No Float is nice, so then we'll tap down their Volcanic as well. And they'll Intuition, okay. Most likely getting 3 Emrakuls. Omniscience. Okay, so Omniscience is a little bit harder to play around, of course. To say the least. So I think like another Wasteland would be pretty strong here. It's a Flicker Wisp, okay. So at least Flicker Wisp is okay, but... I think the best play here is to Recruiter for Thalia. But then we still wouldn't have an extra land to port. So I kind of like... I still like porting twice. So I think I might still attack with Mum down to 10. And then, yeah, Stoneforge Mystic for Sword of Fire and Ice to try to get a clock on board. The only issue with Ancient Tomb here is that it means I have to port in the same phase. So if they add mana to their pool with Ancient Tomb, then I still have to... tap down another land in the same turn, which kind of sucks, but that is fine. But looks like they're doing something. Impulse, okay. So perhaps looking for a land. So luckily, if they show and tell in Omniscience and I have the Flicker Wisp, I can flicker it out until end of turn, and then hopefully get back into this game by just swinging in for lethal. So if I put in Flicker Wisp, I can flicker it out and they can't have Cunning Wish. If I put in Recruiter of the Guard and get something like Palistera or Thalia, that does nothing. So my only line here is to flicker, because then next turn I can actually swing in for lethal with Sword of Fire and Ice on Flicker Wisp. So that is fine. Sadly, we only have this Flicker Wisp. Trigger will target the Omniscience and hope they don't have Cunning Wish. And they have Cunning Wish, so that is game, sadly. Yeah, which is fair enough, and I think it's also showing the weakness of our clock being Mother Runes. So that is never a great sight. As good as Port is, when you only have a Mum ticking down, you're allowing your opponent to really just have enough turns to set up, so that when it comes down to the final turn, they really should just have it because they've had enough time to set it up. But at least we can see what combo they're on. Most likely Eldomri's Call, with Emrakul putting it on top and then release the ants. Interesting. And now they're just doing nothing. Okay. That's quite... So they still have 3 cards in hand. What are my tutor targets? Nothing really engaging. Force is fine. I think we just named Sneak Attack. There's nothing really else we can name other than Lotus Petal, but because of Omniscience already on the field, we don't really mind. So we'll just pass here. Upkeep, we might as well tap down a Volk. We'll pay for the Spell Pierce. And the Ancient Tomb is going to allow us to actually connect the Revoker, which is nice. So, I don't know how we're actually still in this game, but we're still in it, which is nice. Going down to 1, interesting. Hoof. Grizzlebrand's pretty good. See if we can draw into Palace Jailer, Flicker Wisp, or Recruiter? Richardson Port, okay. So we can still Swords the Grizzlebrand. We can Swords, or we can actually... Yeah, we can Swords. We can then play Stoneforge. And then get Jide and equip, I guess, is probably the best line. Ooh, Thalia seems okay. It's just another creature. So it's really Emrakul or bust for them. Did we just win that game? Did we just win that game after they got out Omniscience and Cunning Wish? I think going for the Kozilek's Return was incorrect because they could have just won with the Firemind's Foresight, surely. Okay, I guess we'll take it. That's kind of, I don't know. Doesn't feel optimal. So what cards do I really like? I really like these three. I don't mind the Surgicals because I've seen the Intuition. I think that's a little bit of a trap. Yeah, Jitesh, can you please explain to me why he was able to show and tell in Omniscience and then Cunning Wish and couldn't win on the spot? But surely you can Cunning Wish for Firemind's Foresight, get Eldumri's Call and some other cards, and then Eldumri's Call and release the Ants, maybe? Yeah, anyway. You get another Cunning Wish, unless he didn't have another Cunning Wish in the board. Ah, that's probably why. Okay. Interesting. So what do I like taking out? I like taking out the Mirren. It's not... We have enough beaters already. I like the Thalia Heretica Thar if they are on the red splash. I don't mind taking out the Ballista. The Jite is a little bit slow. But if they're on something else, maybe it's... We'll take that out for now. I don't mind dropping one Sword and one Mum, because they do run Kozilek's Return. So maybe the Containment Priest is okay. And the other Palace Jailer. I don't mind a Surgical just in case. I think the matchup's just that good enough already that it's okay. So I think I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, let's just go ahead and try this out. This hand's fine. We don't have a plains, but that is fine. Yeah, I feel like he did punt. So, I mean, nice to get the game. I'm not going to say anything about that. Is Cunning Wish a 3-drop? And also Intuition? I feel like Prelate on 3 is pretty good. Because Prelate on 3 stops Cunning Wish, Show and Tell, Intuition, and Kozilek's Return. Which is pretty insane. I think we brought in one Council's Judgment just to deal with some on-board effects. But that's all it stops from us, other than Sword of Fire and Ice, which of course can be put in through Stoneforge anyway. Yeah, Prelate's pretty insane. Especially if you have Mum backup. The only way Prelate doesn't win on 3 is if they have something like Sudden Shock. But I think most builds are opting for a Braid over that. So Mum's still pretty relevant if you can protect it from something like Kozilek's Return. So in this spot, I'm actually happy just to have the 1 Vial and port them in their turn. So I'm not going to play the 2nd Vial. I'm going to keep it in hand. Just because I think I believe keeping them off mana right now is pretty essential, especially red mana. Yeah, it is, which is great. So Prelate and Mum together work pretty well. So let's put in Prelate, I guess. And we'll name 3. If they have Emrakul, let us win, of course, but that is fine. They have Emrakul. We don't have an out to that, so that is going to be game. They can't bounce it. We'll play on. We'll see how they go. They get an extra turn, of course. They might even be stupid enough to play something like a Braid on the Prelate and give us a bit more information. That is fine. We will sack 6 permanents. And we'll concede this game. Yeah, of course. I was thinking of a way for them to bounce it to actually get another turn, but of course they can just run back with it, so... You know what? We'll try it out. We'll go down to 1 Sword and 1 Mum and bring in the 2 Surgicals. Could be a trap, but I'm all about testing it out. Would love to play first. This hand's great. We'll keep it. Turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Thalia or Wasteland. Most likely Thalia off of Plains. Because if they counter it, we have another one and we don't show them that we have Wasteland, which is nice. Yeah, Surgical is good through Intuition, and it's also pretty good against just a dead Show and Tell. So let's go with Aether Vola to start. Yeah, that's also another route, which is nice. We just have to look out for the possibility that we have Thalia out and we're tapped out, and we don't have the actual mana to cast Surgical. So they chose not to shuffle. Interesting. Another Plains isn't the best. Happy to run out Thalia here and then just pass back. Not playing the Wasteland, of course, because we want to try to make them fetch for maybe a non-basic. Or just play one like that. Put this Mum into play. Untap. Vial goes up to 2, which is nice. Sarah Avenger's really nice because it really adds to our clock. So we can Wasteland here on the Volcanic. We can attack with... I'm pretty happy to actually attack with both in this circumstance. I don't think we really get punished by not attacking with both. Ancient Tomb's pretty good. Ugh. I guess we put in Sarah Avenger. We could also put in a land. I'm just trying to think why putting in a land here would be best. I mean, if they just have Emrakul again, it's pretty rough, but... Yeah, let's just put in a land. And there's Emrakul, so... a little bit too fair, most likely. True Nightmare, thank you very much for the follow. That is very cool. Really sad for them just to have it. And then cast the Pyroclasm. You don't need to, you've just got an Emrakul to... Alright. Not a great start. Not a great start, but we'll see how this next one goes. You can't win them all. And for some reason, I can't win one. So, it's fine. Having a good time. The matchups are pretty interesting. And to be fair, we didn't really own that first game. It was really just a punt from our opponent. Always rough. Omniscient's a hell of a card. I thought we had a really good hand. Obviously not. Just a little tip as well that MTG Mate has actually given off 5% to all Dukes on Twitch viewers through the code word Dukes, which is very cool. So if you do live in Australia, if you don't live in Australia, they do international shipping as well. So definitely look at MTG Mate because they do have some pretty good prices, some pretty awesome cards, and pretty awesome buy list prices as well. And an extra 5% goes a long way, especially with this pretty bad exchange rate that's occurring right now. This hand's pretty good. So we have a turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Thalia if it really matters. Swords back up for removal. We have a Pallister as well for removal. Couldn't ask for really a better hand other than something like a Richmond Port or Wasteland. Second Vial, not the best, but if they counter the first one, the second one's always nice. Fetching probably means either a Brainstorm, Daze, or Spell Pierce. I'm going to say Brainstorm into Daze. But all three are definitely cards that are played in Legacy and cards that you probably should look out for when you're playing a turn 1 Vial. But if this is Dazed, that's more than fine. It's going to be, wow, forced with a Daze. Interesting. So it might mean that they really want to play like a turn 3 True Name or a turn 2 card. I'm not sure why you would pitch Daze to force there, unless you really wanted to make sure you hit your second land. Okay, so it's going to be Young Pyro. That's fine. We have a Swords for that, which is nice. So we'll go Swords into Aether Vial. So we'll go Swords first, play around Daze. And then if they want to Daze this Aether Vial, that is more than fine. There's the Daze. No. So if they tap out next turn and we draw a land, we can actually go Thalia into Mum as well, which is pretty nice. They might just be doing the same thing back to back, which they are, which is cool. So Palace Jailer in this matchup can be a little bit of a liability if they go wide pretty fast. We don't draw a land, but I'm happy here to play this Thalia into Daze. They don't have it, which is great. They might have a removal spell in Bolt, but we have a Thalia down, which is really nice. And no land that's a wastelandable target, which is awesome. There's Bolt. That is fine. Only 2 cards in hand, so we really want to start drawing some lands to get out some good threats. It's not going to be there, but we'll play this Mum at least. So this hand with Aether Vial would have been pretty insane. And perhaps if we don't draw into another land in a few turns, maybe it would have been better to actually cast the Aether Vial into a Daze first so we could pay for it, and then try to maybe just wait a turn and Swords the Young Pyro after that. If they attack with the Young Pyro here, I'm actually pretty happy to trade the Mum with Young Pyro, but I believe they'll just attack with either the Elemental or have the combo of a land and a removal spell like Fatal Push for this Mother of Runes. Or Thoughtseize. I think they take the Recruiter. The Palace Jailer isn't that much of an advantage to me right now because I've started to go pretty wide with the Young Pyromancer. So they have taken the Recruiter, which I think is definitely the optimal line. And they're actually going to attack with both, so I'm happy here to block. Yes, an online Mum is really good, but to be able to trade for Young Pyromancer, I think that's a really good deal. Not great drawing another Recruiter, so we'll just pass turn. A little bit frustrating, but that's Magic sometimes, and you know we have a lot of gas, so once we do hit a land, we're going to be pretty happy. There's a Plains, which is nice. I think I'm happy just to play out the Mirren Crusader, although the Thalia is pretty nice as well. I don't think they're a deck that would play anything with haste, like Stormchaser Mage or Monastery Swiftspear. Perhaps the Thalia is just going to be a little bit better. It looks like they're going to Brainstorm or Daze in response. Okay, we won't pay for that. Interesting that they didn't just hardcast the Daze and they put it back in their hand. Maybe if they draw into a Brainstorm, they want to be able to put a land back because they think they have too many. Aether Vial's nice, but a little bit too late. I'm just going to play the Mirren Crusader. It's nice as a blocker because it has First Strike. The Recruiter's nice because we can get something like Stoneforge, which can sort of bring this game back into our swing. Wow, no attacks. Okay, so really swung this game around nicely, which is good. How aggressive do I want to get? I think it's worth playing out the Wisp here. If I can hit an Elemental, that'll be nice, because then I can attack with the Mirren without them triple blocking. I'm assuming this is a deck that would play something like Gomag Angler or True Name Nemesis, so they definitely have more creatures to come. There's no blocks here that are great, so we're just going to pass this through. This looks like Gomag Angler because they're taking a bit of time to pay for it, so obviously just choosing which cards I want to take out. So that is a great target for Palace Jailer if we draw a card, land, which we do, which is nice. So we'll definitely see if it will stick. And they're just going to concede. Very nice. So that is great. This matchup is pretty funny. I like Holy Light a lot. I don't mind Hallowed Spirit Keeper either. If they are a true name deck, I'm not a big fan of Palace Jailer, but until I see it, I won't bring it in. Canonist is pretty good. I like that over the fourth Thalia. I'm not a big fan of Revoker. That's pretty much it. I could bring in the Gideon. It might be a bit too slow for a game like this. That might not be that mid-rangey. But everything else seems pretty good. Maybe the Path? Yeah, the Path is interesting. Well, we'll see how it goes. And then maybe the Mirren's just not where we want to be. But it is so good against... Yeah. I'm not sure if they're a Delver deck. This could be Grixis Delver. Which I'm assuming it is, seeing that we saw Young Pyromancers. Something like 4 Delver, 4 Young Pyros, 2 Gomags, 2 True Names or something. So maybe that's better than something like the Flicker Wisp, because I think they'll be targeting our Aether Vials pretty hard. So Flicker Wisp is just a little bit worse than usual. I think this is fine, especially if we take out Mirren. Mirren's great, but there's so many bolt effects in this deck, and I'm assuming a lot of red rats that I'm pretty happy with how this looks. So let's keep this hand and go ahead with it. This is a one-lander, which isn't the greatest, but it is, like, the upside is just so good at keeping it that, although it's quite risky, we do have the first game, so I'm more than happy to put this game on the line. Dread of Night's pretty good. It hits all our creatures except for Walking Ballista. Wasteland's also pretty good. I don't mind Wasteland here. They might have kept the hand as a one-lander just because Dreadnought was there, which would be nice. Ah, Wasteland for turn means that Daze is not an option, nor is Spell Pierce, which is really good for this Aether Vial coming down. So luckily drawing a Stoneforge Mystic there means that's probably our route to victory in this matchup, especially with Dreadnought on the field. It makes it a 0-1, but it can get things like Batterskull, which are pretty good. A fetch land most likely showing that they have Young Pyromancer. Or perhaps just a Delver. Okay. Another Thalia isn't the greatest. We'll see what it reveals. Thoughtseize, okay. So in response, I might part this Insectile Aberration, see how that sticks. They could definitely daze it, which they will, which is fine. And this Thoughtseize target is really just Stoneforge Mystic. So Dread of Night being a pretty big indication of how much they hate Death and Taxes. But they took the Walking Ballista, which is interesting. Serra Revenge is a great draw because although it's not a land, it allows us to actually trade with this Insectile Aberration. The one thing this does do is turn on Gomag Angler, which is a little bit annoying, but I think that's fine for how we are. Needle's pretty good. Interesting they didn't play Needle pre-combat to see if I did do anything with it. And this is obviously Gomag right here. We'll still take up Vial. We'll draw a Caracas, so we do have a land, and we do have a play, which is nice. We'll get Batterskull. And pass back. Brainstorm's more than fine, most likely looking for a land and removal for this Stoneforge. Or just Wasteland, which is pretty good as well. No blocks here. Alright, land off the top. We will put this on the stack, but we'll say no. Another Thalia. Not great, so Dread of Night really doing its worst here. Might as well at least show that I might have something like Swords to Plowshares in hand. Of course, if I did, I would have cast it, but yeah, this isn't looking great. A land's nice, but it's not what we want. Sadly, I can't recruiter with the Aether Vial because of Pithing Needle. Because they might be playing something like Diabolic Edict, I think the best play here is just to take the damage. Okay, so we get some damage in, which is nice. We get some life back. We can play this second Stoneforge, which is kind of nice. Which means we can actually just chump once, at least. With, I think I like Sword here. But yeah, these two, wow, no attack. Okay. I hate how this triggered ability still comes up even though we say no all the time. So I think I'm happy here just to... I could play the Recruiter, but I think the best play is just to hold up Sword of Fire and Ice to equip next turn and swing through. Ponder's okay. Ponder most likely to find another land. I'm assuming they have true names in this deck somewhere. Sword's really nice. So we can equip to the Batterskull. They're going to fetch in response. Most likely for something like a Braid or Ancient Grudge. I think in response we at least try to swords this. They have the days. Yeah, definitely could have shot the Angler first. That was definitely a misplay. We definitely have to block here. Oh. GP London was limited last year. Does that mean it will be standard on Modern this year? Sadly, that doesn't tell you much about what it actually could be, which is always pretty annoying. No. No. That's a misplay. Alright, so Dread of Night, of course, is really annoying. So let's bring in Gideon, let's bring in Mirren, let's bring in Council's Judgments. Let's take out 2 Flicker Wisps, down to 2 Flickers. Could bring in Relic Water, but I don't really like that. Mum's okay, but I'll drop 1. Heretic Cathar is nice because it lives through a Dread Knight. Hallowed Spirit Keeper is awful in the face of Dread Knight. Let's go down to... Maybe Canonist just isn't great enough. Or the Ballista. There we go. I'm happy with this. This hand's fine. Turn 1 8th Vial, turn 2 Port. Unless they're going to force it. More than fine. Fitch. Wow, a Delver going down. Okay. System TV, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the added support, of course, of subscribing to this channel. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but yeah, thank you very much. That's really nice. Happy to port here, just to play around days a little bit. Wow, nothing. Okay. Oh, Wasteland's insane. So I get to Wasteland them and then play Stoneforge Mystic. That's pretty nice. I will get Batterskull. And then just pass turn. See if they have a land removal. Delta Fetch most likely looks like removal. Thoughtseize is also pretty good. Yeah, thanks man, it's been really good having you here. Taking the Batterskull, that's fine. But now it's a case of maybe drawing another Wasteland. Or a Holy Light, that's okay, I guess. We might as well keep applying pressure and get a sword out of this, hopefully. No point attacking, sadly. Alright, so if they draw a land... They don't. Okay, so they ponder most likely for a second land drop. They don't hit it. Wow. So now if we draw a land, which we don't, we can still cast this Serra Avenger, which is nice. Which I like doing. Just because we don't have a threat on board, the port's a little bit worse. Another ponder. Chose to shuffle and drew into a Volk, which is pretty nice. Yeah, exactly. That would be pretty insane. Looks like they're going to put a Delver down. Interesting. So really hoping for a land this turn. Ah, there we go. Alright, so to play around days or any shenanigans, we can of course put in sword. Equip sword to the Serra Avenger. Could have equipped it to the Stoneforge Mystic as well to get in with both, but happy here to still attack in. And then most likely shoot down this Delver. Would love to draw another land. Sword's not bad, but I like to draw another land so I can play this Gideon around days. I wonder if they play Colligan's Command. True Name. Okay, True Name's not that bad because we do have the Holy Light, which is pretty hilarious. So let's first get in with Serra Avenger. Maybe draw a land and play around double days. Another sword. Cast that Holy Light. Haha! The old 1-for-1, but more than happy to do that on a True Name. Let's just hope that's enough. And it is, so we get the win, which is very nice. So I'm going to be back in a sec. Actually, no, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's churn these games out. 3 wins in a row, and we get something back, which is nice. But Lord Darkview, if you're off, thank you very much for coming in. Very nice to chat in chat, of course. Thanks for your tips on play, and yeah, have a good weekend. Always nice beating a Grixis style deck, even if it is just Delver and not Control. The colors against white are usually pretty good, especially turn 1 Dreads. So to win through a turn 1 Dread is always, yeah, really nice. I have also opted out of the halving your basics for snow-covered plains and normal plains. I think Predict's on a very big low now, and just like the aesthetic of it, it's not worth it. I like having all the same plains. I say this time and time again as well, but I think since Arena's come on board, locating opponents has taken a lot longer than usual. Even though Arena doesn't play Eternal formats, a lot of the Eternal players have actually picked up on Standard because of how good Arena is as a platform and how enjoyable it is. Like, Arena's really fun. Arena's got a lot of sort of elements to it as a platform for the game that I think a lot of players would like to see in MTGO, or would have liked to see in MTGO 10 years ago. But it will be interesting to see how yeah, how MTGO goes in the future as a business opportunity for Wizards, and if they do continue it or put an end to it, would be very sad. Let's just hope it's in here. especially for people with large online collections, it can, yeah, get pretty messy. We also have CBR MTG in Australia, which is another group of guys that love streaming, which is good. They have Angus Mackay, who you might have seen in some good clips on Reddit with his brews, which is very cool. So he's played, I know humans, he's played warriors, he's played fairies, he plays a lot of tribal decks that seem really cool. But I think he'll definitely be keen to play the Buried Alive Phoenix deck, because that deck looks like a lot of fun, for sure. We have our match, which is very cool. Lost the die roll, so not on the play, which is always pretty rough. Another one lander, but it's just a sweet hand, so we're going to keep it for sure. Obviously not sure what my opponent's on. Flooded Strand doesn't give me much of a heads up. Ah, wow, okay, so it looks like the mirror, but with fetches. So we don't draw a land here, but I think that going with... See, if they play a port, then it's pretty rough, because then we can't play our Aether Vial. I kind of like getting the Vial down and just going from there. Of course, if they play a Revoker on Vial, it's just as bad. But we do have Walking Blister as an out from other runes, which is nice, and also Jide in the air. So because we are tight on mana, if we drew another land, I'll be inclined to Swords there, but I think that Aether Vial here is just a little bit better. Thalia, so not the greatest card in the mirror, which is nice. More than happy to let it go. Still no land, which is really rough, but we will just pass back and see what happens. Recruit is pretty good. Most likely for Stoneforge. Could also be getting Revoker for Aether Vial, but I guess we'll see how this ends up. They get Revoker, okay. Another Saravenger just isn't good enough. So this is going to be pretty rough. We'll definitely put in Serra because it's the best blocker. And they can't really get through it right now. We'll take this up to 3. Port's okay, but it's not the greatest. It allows us to at least play Stoneforge Mystic. We'll definitely get Jide. We'll We'll go to combat. Runes, very cool to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you got home last night. This is looking pretty rough. They're definitely going to beat us to the GT equip. Yeah, it's pretty hot today in Brisbane, I'll give you that. And we really need to draw a land here. What's it going to be? It's not. So that's going to be game. Which is pretty rough, but I think in the board we have some pretty good options. So keeping that one lander and then just not getting there is pretty rough, but it's pretty easy to sideboard for this game. So we'll take out the 4 Thalias. I also like taking out... That's really it. The 4 Thalias. Part's great. I do like the Leon Relic Quarter, and I like the Council's Judgment and the Gideon. I think that's pretty good. There's nothing too much else that I would change. Perhaps the Thalia is not the greatest, and we can go for something like another Council's Judgment. Just, I do like being a little bit more defensive in the mirror. If this is the mirror, it's playing fetch lands, which is weird. I don't think that the ability to thin your deck is worth giving yourself into something like Stifle. This hand's fine. We'll keep this. We have a nice answer to a lot of things, which is great. Eighth Vial is fine. Our Vial's a little bit slow, but I don't mind playing it. We could also tap them down. I kind of like playing the Port here and keeping them off some mana. Trigger on the stack. Might as well tap down the planes. I like that now I can play a Walking Blister for 2 and also have swords, which is quite nice. It is Rune. Oh wow, okay, so this looks to be like a 2-color deck. That's why it's playing fetches. Palace Jail is interesting, but I think... we're going to be better off just by playing this file for 1 and then also tapping them down off mana while we tick up. Stoneforge is fine. Jide is fine. Happy just to pass here and see what they do in their upkeep. I think I'm happy here to actually tap down the Caracas as well, because they won't have enough mana to actually equip, say, a Jitte. If they put in a Batterskull, that's fine, we have Flicker Wisp, but Jitte is what we're really scared of getting onto us. And there's a Batterskull. So we actually really want to draw a land so we can both double tap down and hold up swords. Sarah Revenge is actually pretty good. So I'm happy here just to see what they do if we hold up. We'll tap down a Plains. Interesting that they put it all on one creature, because now I can just Swords the Germ. I can also put in the Sarah Avenger, which is nice because I can put that in the air. And with an Ancient Tune off the top, we can actually recruit her for a Stoneforge Mystic, play Jitte, and also use Jitte. Mum's not bad. I think I'm here. I think I'm happy with double porting here. I could tap out for Ballista. I kind of like tapping out for Ballista, because at least if they play Palace Jailer, then we'll see how this goes. We also have Flicker Wisp up, which is really nice. So I really like, yeah, getting rid of their early Vial and then establishing our own Vial and just wrecking their lands, or at least trying to. Their own Vial is fine. Flicker Wisp is most likely going to be okay. If they hit their own Batterskull, that's fine. They might be trying to force this Flicker Wisp. They're going to exile our dude. I'm going to respond to that. I think I'll recruit it for my own Palace Jailer. Because we have the air right now, it's pretty good. There's no good attacks to them either, which is nice. So So now this also resets the Aether Vial for our mum, which is good. Mirren's pretty strong, but I think I just like playing out this Palace Jailer now. Hitting this Flicker Wisp. Most likely swinging just with the Avenger. I could swing with the Walking Ballista, but if they double block, it's a little bit annoying. Revoker's nice, seeing how much they have on their board. They have a path on Ballista. So I think I'm happy to most likely kill the Stoneforge. And then just trade the Recruiter. Unless they want a Palace Jailer of their own, which is fine. Interesting that they took that and not our Serra Avenger when taking Palace Jailer doesn't do anything. Why'd they get a Flicker Wisp? How'd they get a Flicker Wisp? Okay. But they didn't deal damage to us. How'd they get the Monarch? Of course, because they became the Monarch. Okay, yep. That makes total sense. So let's... no, I should have let that... Yeah, I should have let the other two resolve first, because now they actually have the option. Now they obviously take the mum. Yeah, that was... That's my bad. Oof. Well, Stoneforge is nice. It lets us to Jitte. Putting Mum in, of course, so we don't put in Revoker. That is fine. So we will use the ability. Put in Stoneforge Mystic. Kevin Bowers, thank you very much for the follow. That's really cool. Where are you from? What do you play? What is your favorite deck? I think I'm happy here to put it on the Recruiter. The Serra's going to trade for sure. No, I'm still going to put it on the Serra. I can then come in with both And then if they block with the Palace Jail, I can at least just use one Jitte counter to get rid of it. And then have one left over for any creature that gets equipped to by Jitte. Are they going to trade? Okay. Ah, very cool. Yeah, Melbourne's got a sweet Eternal Crew, which is really cool. We a lot of us came down for the Melbourne GP. Hey, Fluent Design, thanks for following. Please let me know where you're from, what you play, what formats. Hopefully Legacy. Obviously the best best format going around. This could be a deck that runs Pier and Kirinalar, which is pretty good. They're going to try to equip the Batterskull, so I'm pretty happy here to get rid of this Palace Jailer now. They're also tapped out, but they do have a Vial on 2. I'll put this up to 3 for sure. Flicker is just too good for shenanigans. We'll play this land. We'll play a Revoker and see if they respond. If they respond with Aether Vial, it's great. See, if they put Revoker in and name Aether Vial, we can't flicker in and try to take out the Mother of Runes. I guess we'll just see what they got. They have a Stoneforge. Okay, that doesn't mean much, which is great. So this still means that we can play this Revoker and name Mother of Runes. Ah, they're going to get pro-white now. Which means I should activate and use Flickerwisp to take it out so that I can get in with Jitte this turn. Stacks. Nice. Big fan of Stacks. I think Stacks is a sweet deck and should see more play in Legacy. Cool. So now I can equip this Jitte to the Stoneforge. Get in. Get the Monarch, which is very good. And also get some Jit counters. So really taking back this game, which is really nice. But I'm a little bit behind with... Oh, and the Palace Jailer taking out this Mother of Runes. Boom. That is sweet. That is how you win back a game. Still no changes, I don't think. I'm pretty happy with how everything is. Maybe the second Palace Jailer. It's always a little bit tricky. Maybe the Mirren. I don't really rate the Mirren. The first strike's nice, the double strike's nice, but if you're getting in with Mirren, you're going to be winning the game anyway. This hand isn't great. This hand's just a little bit too slow. Haha, the no-lander. No white-lander. This is better than a 5, I think. I really need a plains. We'll see how this pans out. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good turn. Ah, okay. We're going to put out the Wasteland and pass. Interesting. Okay. I don't have to Wasteland here. I'll see what I draw into. a Plains, which is nice. So I don't mind playing this Plains and then hitting their Caracas. This could just mean that they have multiple Caracas in hand and they're actually trying to bait out a Wasteland, but I'm happy to keep them off 3 mana. Which is exactly what it looks like happened. So they might just have nothing, which this other Wasteland is going to be great. Unless I want to port. I could also port, which pretty much does the same thing. So we're just going to port in their turn. Interesting. All right. Let's put out this Wasteland. You hit the Caracas. And then... I still like porting. I still like porting. What's the legacy scene in Washington like? Fluent design. Stoneforge is pretty good. I won't lie. I like just getting Batterskull here because it makes 2 creatures and 2 colors that they have to protect from. No attacks, I guess, because they want to put it into play. Flicker Wisp isn't great. I kind of like Serra Avenger here and see how this goes. Definitely feel a little bit too behind in this matchup. If they put in Palace Jailer this turn, it's pretty rough. So maybe I could put there, but I kind of like holding up at least swords. I think because of my hand, I can at least try to block and get him out of this, but it looks pretty bad. See, I can try to swords it, force the other mum, and then maybe Palace Jailer in my turn. So hopefully I can draw a land and then Path and Palace Jailer. Another Jailer isn't the worst. They do have 2 mums, so it's enticing to take a mum, but I actually like taking the Stoneforge to make them have to like commit to attacking with a mum and proing it as well. Yeah, that's also very true. I could have definitely got Jide and swung in the air. Judgment's okay. But they're most likely just going to be drawing a pretty massive amount of cards with this with the Monarch, which is pretty nuts. Walking Ballista is really where it's at right now. But it's going to be tough. Burn, Gobbo, burn! Yes, Gobbos! Love it. Where are you from? Hopefully from Australia. Most likely not from Australia, of course. But yeah, I'm assuming you're a Goblins player. Hopefully play Goblins in Legacy. Might even be that guy at FMN that plays Goblins in Modern. This is definitely a lost game. I'll just see if I can play it out and maybe find a line where my opponent might misstep. But it's very hard. They most likely have a removal for this Flicker Wisp, which is my only real way to get in damage to get the Monarch. Palace Jailer just isn't that great with two mums on the field. Spark Mage is pretty good, so we're just going to concede there. So we'll go into this last one as a 1 and 3, but pretty happy to try and get a win. I definitely think that knowing that we had the Serra Avenger, getting Jide there over the Batterskull would have been pretty good and put us in a great spot to try to get through, but then seeing that when we played the Palace Jailer, they had a Swords to Plowshares, it wouldn't have changed too much in hindsight. But yeah, if you're going for the better line, then you're definitely going for the Jide. So yeah, not the greatest morning for D&T. I know xCloud had a really good morning with 2 5-0s, I believe, which is awesome. Obviously a lot cleaner player than I am, but I like to change it up a bit. I like to definitely try different things online than I do in paper. For those of you who don't know, I stream on Wednesday nights from 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and then also on Sunday mornings from 9 a.m., but I'm going to change that most likely to 9:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is AEST. But yeah, it's been very cool to start streaming twice a week instead of just once, especially to get the follower count up and start hitting these goals a little better. We did give away the bribery on Wednesday night when we hit 200 followers, which was very cool. So now just one more to go with the 205. I would love to play. No lander. This hand's fine. It's nothing special, but it's better than a 6 with no lands. There's no turn 1 play, but that is a-okay. If there's a vial on top, I'm most likely just going to drop it anyway. Swords is great. Plains Pass. Most likely giving away that we're on D&T. We could definitely be some sort of Miracles deck that is not looking to play a turn 2 counterspell. Oh, okay. This looks to be... Okay, nice. This is Death Shadow, so having that Swords of Plowshares is really nice. I'm more than happy to throw this Thalia into a Daze because we have a backup. But of course, the upside of it sticking, which it did, is just huge. No flip on the Delver, which is interesting. There's not many no flips other than lands, which are probably Gurmag, Street Wraith, another Delver, or Death Shadow. I don't think the deck would play something like a main deck Bitter Blossom. They really need to find a land here just to play it so they can at least try to daze something through this Thalia next turn. I don't think this sword is really going to target this Delver, seeing that we have the Flicker Wisp and the Stoneforge Mystic. I'll probably keep it around for something. But here it's interesting because we can actually just play the Wisp out. We're going to swing in with Thalia and then get that through. I'm not scared of him to Turak, but it definitely is something that we should be aware of. I think I'll get the Wisp out. I think we'll attack him with the Thalia and then just flicker the Thalia. Flickering the Thalia here means that if they don't flip the Delver again and they attack, I don't just have a true name that would trade. I have a Thalia that deals first strike, which is nice. I am getting them down closer to the ability to actually cast a Death Shadow as well, which is always a little bit scary, but shouldn't be too bad with this Swords in hand. They do have access to Thoughtseize and him, so they could actually Thoughtseize us, play a land, play Death Shadow, if they fetch for another Watery Grave. But it looks like right now they're just going straight for trying to find a land. Or at least set up this Delver to start swinging in. This is definitely a matchup where I think Dreader Knight's most likely coming in. So we'll see how that plays out. There's a Dash Shadow, okay. Port's pretty nice. I'll start by swinging with both. They might have a Street Wraith to grow this Dash Shadow, but they don't. So seeing that they're tapped out, we might as well get rid of this Death Shadow now. Which, to be fair, we could have actually just kept the swords, played the Stoneforge, and played the Rishanen Port. But I'm happy here to get the Sword of Fire and Ice, and then hopefully see this Flicker Wisp swing in next turn. Yeah, I could have. Yeah, that's a very good point, Jitesh. That's a very stupid thing to do, to actually attack in, make the shadow bigger, and then swords it. That's just, yeah. That's, yeah. That's how not to play this. Interesting they're playing green. Sylvan Library, okay. Maybe a little bit too late for that, but we'll see. They most likely might use this last mana for a Death Shadow. And they're just going to concede. Okay. So I like the Council's Judgments here. I like the Palace Jailer and Gideon. The Path is pretty nice as well. I might take out the Revokers. Liliana Last Hope is a thing, but I like Council's Judgment as a reason to hit that. Walking Bliss is okay. I don't mind dropping a Flicker Wisp and maybe the Thalia. Recruit is pretty good. I can probably go down to one Thalia on the draw and just play around with this. This hand's okay. I feel like it's not going to be so aggressive post-board, so this hand's pretty good as just a sort of a land drop go. If they Cabal Therapy... Okay, Thoughtseize is fine. Most likely taking Stoneforge Mystic, so happy to Wasteland here. Interesting that they didn't go for Watery Grave. Maybe under the belief that I have a pretty fast start. And maybe couldn't play a big threat in time before I took them out. I definitely think this is favored our way, and I think the only way we lose is through things like Dread of Night and Liliana Last Hope. So having these judgments is pretty tidy. Aether Vial off top, negative, but still a pretty good drop in Sword of Fire and Ice. Something we can even cast next turn if need be. Coming in untapped. Okay. This could be Sylvan Library, and it is. Okay. So definitely a way to aggressively get down to 8 life. So I like here just putting out this Sword of Fire and Ice. It does mean next time we can play the Serra Avenger and equip it, or play the Council's Judgment around days. Interesting to see how much they take off this library. I assume they take 8, just so that Death Shadow is such a good draw, if they can ponder or brainstorm into it. They go down to 8. Maybe that means that Sylvan Library is no longer a realistic target for the Council's Judgment. It could just be a throwaway. I mean, it gets to a point where Sylvan Library is just a Scry 3. So access to 3 mana this turn. Probably best drops are something like Death Shadow, or even a Hymn Death Shadow, but they don't have triple black for that. They could, of course, Thoughtseize and Dash Shadow and hold up Stubborn Denial, which also deals with Council's Judgment. Taking the time, for sure. Most likely thinking about sequencing or what cards I still have from that Thoughtseize. So they're going down to 6. They're playing a Delver. And just passing, wow. Might as well go for the equip. I'm assuming they might have something like Fatal Push. They got Abrupt Decay. That is fine. Delver flips for a Ponder, so game on for sure. It's pretty cool as well now. You can actually save targets for repeated abilities on MTGO, which is very cool. So say against like Storm, if you always wanted to target sort of Fire and Ice's 2 damage to your opponent, you could set that up. I think there's something when you get your first ability, you can actually do that. So I think my next play is most likely a Council's Judgment if another threat comes down. If not, it's Mother of Runes onto Sword, and then hopefully draw into a second plane so I can actually cast 2 Council Judgments in a turn. This looks like Gomag if they're paying costs for this much. Okay. Holding up Stubborn Denial if that's still a card. Swords is a pretty nice draw. Interesting. Swords is definitely the better card. I'm now like taking out the Sylvan Library because they've got that that life back. Ponder first, most likely for more threats to just close out this game. This Council's Judgment by itself won't do much. If I draw a land, I can play Council's Judgment, and then also Mum, and then also Equip, which is cool. If I draw another threat, that would be awesome. Something like Palace Jailer would be pretty insane right now. So down I go. Definitely not a Gomag coming in anytime soon, which is nice. There's one Death Shadow. So Plains is pretty sweet here. So you can actually see my list on my screen. If you hover over the cards just above my life total, I believe, you can see it. Losses, I believe, have been the mirror that plays red, show and tell, and one other card, one other matchup. Taking out the flyer, because if this mum stays online, I can at least try to just start fogging until I have enough threats to actually get through. And we do have one still floating, so we can try to equip this sword as well, which would be nice. But this looks like maybe a snuff out or dismember. Okay. And that's just going to be game. Still pretty happy with where we're at. There's no changes I'd really make, so pretty happy just to get back into it. Powerless Jailer there would have been pretty insane. I think that's what I was really looking for. Or some sort of body that can hold off a Dash Shadow like Mirren is pretty good. This hand is fine. We will keep it. We'll start off with the Plains and Vial and then try to just Wasteland them out and play the Stoneforge off the Aether Vial. Oh, nice. I definitely haven't seen myself enough black to play a Devoted Lightcaster, but I can definitely see how it helps. 3 white is actually quite hard to get sometimes. Another Plains isn't the greatest, so I'm happy just to play another Plains and pass. Again, pretty much the same thing, just hold up these Wastelands. They only have so many actual castable lands, so we'll see what happens. I've never seen Death Shadow play Stifle, so I don't think Stifle is something I have to play around, so I'm pretty happy just to end step, put in the Stoneforge, and then just hold up Batterskull. Vendilion Click isn't something that I have to worry about either. Obviously now just seeing, maybe if they want to fetch away the Brainstorm now and cast something or wait a turn. They also have another land drop to make. Interesting. So they'll fetch now and most likely play a Gomag, maybe? Just a Death Shadow, okay. With Dismember up, which is pretty good. I'll always get Batterskull. Wow, and then back to me, okay. We'll go up to 3 for sure. Not too sure why they didn't do that in their end step, so I couldn't put in Batterskull. It still plays around Flickwisp if I have it. So of course, I will take up Vile and hopefully draw some sort of threat. Probably Wasteland off their Trop, just to turn off any sort of Abrupt Decay shenanigans. A path is pretty good. Take them off their Trop, and then just pass back. We have 2 pretty great targets for Wasteland, which is nice. Kind of just hope they have something. Another Death Shadow, that's pretty good. No pointing this back up until we find something like a Palace Jailer. Port's not the worst. Pretty happy just to take them off another land. And then just pass back. There might actually be a time where I have to bounce this Batterskull and replay it, just to sort of chump block if I don't start drawing into creatures, so that's also something to be aware of. I believe they will only have maybe one more basic Underground Sea and Watery Grave in the deck, so these fetch lands are definitely becoming less and less of a resource for them. No blocks. Interesting, nothing. At least Snuff Out can't hit the Germ, which is very relevant. Walking Blister is kind of nice. Walking Blister is pretty funny. Can we get there with a Ballista kill? No. Edict. Edict's pretty good. Ballista for 2 actually makes it a threat, because next turn I can pump it again and attack in, so it's something they have to deal with. Decay is pretty good. I can't really do anything. That just happens. And then we take 9, go to 3. So Flicker Wisp will bust, really. No. Just the planes. So pretty lackluster end to it, but yeah, still pretty happy with the deck. I think another Mirren can probably come in over maybe the Thalia or one of the Avengers. Avenger has been pretty strong as of late. The sideboard's still pretty good. I could probably go up to another Path maybe instead of the second Jailer, just to have a bit of a lower curve, but yeah, that's it. 2 pretty mediocre streams, but hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I'll be back next Wednesday, perhaps with another deck. I do also have Goblins and another deck in the works that is pretty fun, so hopefully you guys enjoy that. But thank you very much for watching. Of course, if you enjoyed this content, definitely feel like following. You don't have to, of course, but the button is there. Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekends. I could definitely check out the list by Decabs. Scabs. Yeah, the Scabs list looks pretty cool. I might check that out and give that a go. And Borrowing Miracles sounds very cool, Jitesh. Thank you very much. Alright guys, enjoy your weekends. I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Spin Dukes on Twitch. Thank you very much.